Gavel? Oh. That's what made the difference. I'm like, you're driving. Never mind.
All right, this is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I will call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera. Councilmember Chacon.
Present.
Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Councilmember Kim. Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Douglas. Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Now I need a motion to excuse the members not present. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion will carry unanimously, 7-0, 2 excused absences. This time I'd like to invite everybody to join us in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, now I'd like to ask if any council members wish to amend the agenda. Seeing no request to do so, can I get a motion and a second to approve the agenda? Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion second to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion's going to carry unanimously, 7-0, 2 excused absences. We're going to move into public comment. All public comment, except for those on public hearings, will occur now. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Public comment cannot occur before the time stated in the agenda, which was 6 p.m., and we are after 6 p.m., so no action needs to be taken by the council. Council members may address public comments during administrative council business. Tonight, we have some virtual speakers who have signed up. Per Council Policy Number 20, please state your point briefly and do not repeat remarks made by other speakers. I, as the mayor, reserve the right to cut off redundant comments. We're going to start with our first virtual speaker is Myra Perez.
Myra Perez, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Myra Perez. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Myra in the meeting.
All right, Anita Mercado.
Anita, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, Anita is not in the meeting. It doesn't look like either is Rita, Willa, Tommy, Rosa, or Amy, but Owen and Trevor are.
All right, we'll start with Orwin, excuse me.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can, Owen. You'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Council. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Owen Orr. I'm a property owner and former tenant in Commerce City. Speaking to you tonight on the proposed rental license requirement for long-term rental residential landlords. Speaking with experience on both sides of this, I also work in the industry. This seems like a copy of what Denver put in place around 2 years ago. And Westminster also has a landlord license requirement. I see that as it's currently proposed, the fees are significantly higher than in those other municipalities. It's presented as paying its own way, but the $600 fee and I believe it was around $180 inspection fee are a multiple of what they are in Denver and Westminster, close to $50. And it becomes a significant portion of the average rents in these locales. Commerce City is one of the havens of relative affordability in the Denver MSA, and this would add over 1% to the cost of these units, which will surely be passed down in this broad stroke measure. I also view this as an invasion of privacy for both landlords and tenants. Of course, we all want safe places to live for our community. I'm not sure if there's been significant issues with this that have come up in recent years regarding life safety in our residential stock, but I'm not quite sure what the need is here, nor is it a revenue generating opportunity as it's being presented for the city. So I'm not exactly sure the net benefit, and it's an additional cost that will surely be passed down to residents when we're already in an affordability crisis. And Commerce City has, a competitive advantage today compared to many of our peer communities that would be eroded by introducing this. That's all for now. I see my time, but thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to move on to Trevor Steen.
Hello, my name is Trevor Steen, a resident of Commerce City at 11093 Pitkin. I also want to speak on the rental property registration and inspection issue. First is just the concern with the estimate that a staff of 4 full-time employees would be able to inspect over 7,000 units per year. That seems pretty significant. That's significantly more than almost 2,000 units per employee. In a given year, which equates to something on the order of 4 or 5 properties per day. If you use the entire calendar year, I don't see that as being all that viable. Though I will admit I'm not a professional in the space, so maybe I'm missing something. But I just am concerned that the proposed cost for those 4 employees and associated vehicles and equipment and whatnot is not as accurate as maybe we will see in reality. And then also I'm concerned, I see the proposed process for when someone fails, the landlords must pay for other housing and potential moving costs, which sounds appropriate. However, I'm more concerned with the additional costs for when landlords don't comply and kind of the enforcement costs associated with this. So to wrap that all up in one point, I'm not sure that the proposed cost is going to reflect reality. It seems very optimistic to assume that this is only going to cost, I think it was $400-something thousand per year. That seems significantly low to me, given the undertaking that is happening here. Of course, there is the potential of the fees and fines, whatnot, adding to the balance sheet there, but did just want to highlight all of that. And I do cede the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Any other virtuals? Did we have anybody pop on from the previous list?
Mayor Huseman, no additional virtual speakers have joined the meeting.
All right, we'll move to our in-person speakers. First up is Joy Bishop.
I signed up to speak when this ordinance came up, so are we on the right list or what's happening?
You are.
Joy Bishop.
Yes, you're at the right time. This is the right time for you to speak on the ordinance.
All right, I thought there was a time right before the ordinance was voted on that we could speak.
In my opening remarks, I stated that all public comment except for land use cases would take place during public communication.
All right. I would like to ask you as a council to vote yes on this ordinance tonight. I understand that it's costly, but I think as a city, we need this. You know my story. You know how I've been treated by a management company that didn't do their job. I think we can implement this in stages, in steps, so it doesn't have as much cost at the beginning. I think we can implement this in a way where it affects the larger management companies first, and then work our way down to individual landlords. I think there's a way to implement this where it doesn't cost as much as you have been told it's gonna cost, and I think there's a way to implement this where it's fair to everybody. But I'm asking you to please vote yes on this. It's needed. There's a lot of renters out there that are suffering because landlords are not doing what they need to do to even make these places safe for them to reside in. I just talked to an 85-year-old lady yesterday that has a big chunk out of the linoleum in her dining room floor. And she has to keep a rubber welcome mat over the hole so she doesn't stumble and fall in it. That's ridiculous for a management company as large as Comcap to let that even happen in one of their apartments. It's time that we started making these large management companies function as a business, be licensed as a business, and do business as a business. And you as a council need to implement this, and you need to start it tonight. This is the first step. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, next up is going to be Troy Younger.
A couple of people that you called have entered the room, so.
Thank you. Troy Younger.
Can I play with your microphone a little bit? Thank you. Hello. I kind of came here right after work, so I don't have anything prepared to speak, so I hope I don't ramble too much and waste your 3 minutes. But I do have something for all of you. I don't know if I should just come up and present it or if staff should do that. You mind if I just come up?
Give it to Dylan.
There you go. So what that is it's a printed copy of the Axios Denver article that I sent links to y'all last night. It is basically talking about Denver's initial proposal for where they're going to put their tiny houses and where they're going to put homeless. You'll notice there's a map. There's actually 2 maps on there. One map I took and I kind of clumsily put in the street lines and names. The other map is just part of the article. It's kind of vague on where things are. You're going to notice that everything is essentially on the south border of Commerce City. Considering the $7.5 million that's kind of hanging out there and the idea that we need to provide more services to homeless, it looks like Denver's doing that for us. I don't know if we need to do that. More homeless or more services in the core city is just going to attract more people. I don't know if you all have seen videos or pictures of the area of Oakland, California that's now being called Fentanyl Island. But that's essentially what's going to happen to us in the core city. I ask you all just to kind of take a look at that. It's a very vague article because this is just a proposal. But it gives us an idea on the mindset of Denver, the new mayor, what he wants to do, where he wants to put things. He's going to put things in communities that are, you know, at one time were heavily manufacturing communities, communities that honestly are already struggling economically, environmentally. You know, I just find it kind of obscenely hypocritical to, on one hand, talk about how we want to be inclusive and how we're going to talk about equity and how we're going to talk about things like social justice and economic and environmental justice. And on the other hand, we're going to put these kinds of things in those communities. So I thank you all for your time, and again, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate your comments. Next up is gonna be Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, Council. Jackie Valdez, residing at 6796 Albion Street. I'm sure you're all aware of who I am by now. I've got a lot of topics that I would like to discuss with you guys, but I don't think tonight is the main reason for most of the topics. I did ask for you guys to come out to the area and walk around the area and kind of take a look at some of the things that's going on out there. We were told that there was a lot of help for us over there. We've not received any help. I'm told that the 70th project was approved. And so we're still dealing with the school issues over there. We're still dealing with the large trucks. We're still dealing with the speeders. We're still dealing with the little motorbikes that are racing up and down the street of all hours of the night, you know. So nothing has been resolved. Commerce City Police Department has sat out there for days on days on days trying to catch the violators, but I've been told that there's ways of them getting around this by GPS. Because GPS, when you bring it up, it can show that Commerce City Police is sitting there. So a lot of times they will not even come down when they know that they're sitting there. So I know they've caught a few, but starting at 4 in the morning, here they come, you know, and I've got the video to prove it. So I'm again asking council to really think, you know, of the whole situation over there, you know, and really pay attention. And before anybody jumps about approving anything, go around and start asking some of the residents how they feel. You know, we have one resident over there that I don't even feel really cares much about our community. So, and I'm sure he's well aware of it. And I'm really thinking that council really doesn't care much about our resident over there either. But I can tell you one thing, being in that area for 55 years and growing up here, I don't feel like I'm proud of Commerce City anymore. I don't feel like I even belong anymore. You know, I've seen so many councils come through here and leave, and not a one has ever cared about us. And I really don't believe that it's happening right now. You know, we've asked for help, and outside of Commerce City Police Department, we've not gotten anything. You know, so just think about it when you go to bed at night and you lay your heads down on those pillows and you think about your children. You think about the quality of the air and the water and the big trucks coming through and sitting there and stressing about those babies going down the street to go to school. Think about that. Think about your children. How safe are your babies? Because ours aren't safe over there. So I want you to really, really, really seriously think about this. I know we've asked in the past, but I want you to seriously really think about this now, because it's affecting everybody's life in that area. Not only the fact that those trucks are so humongous, but the breathing, the toxicity that they put out, you know, and they don't care. I followed one this morning. He just flew right through there. And I had just gotten home from the doctor's. I climbed in my car and I followed him. He didn't even care that he was on that road. And it was in school zone time. So he doesn't care. None of them care. Unless they're caught, they don't care. So what's going to happen when that 70th project takes effect and those babies have got to walk down that Colorado Boulevard to that school? Which one of you are going to be standing there holding them babies' hands to make sure that them babies are safe getting there? Because none of y'all are doing it right now for them walking just from our area to the school. So which one are you going to step up every morning and come and hold them babies' hands because their parents are low income and they got to work? Which one of you are going to step up? Because I can promise you, not a one of you are going to be there. Not a one of you. Not even the one that lives there. So just think about it. Think about how it's going to affect those children. Their breathing, the bad water that's in that area, and nothing's being done about it. But now we're gonna have a multi-billion-dollar building put in for low-income babies to breathe and drink that area and not be safe walking to school. Trust me, I'm gonna be there as long as I possibly can, unless the good Lord calls me home. And I wanna wait and see if any one of you are gonna show yourselves up to make sure those babies are safe getting to school. Because not a one of them truckers flying down through there gives a rat's Bahama mama about anything or anyone. Not an animal running out in that road and not a child. And our police department they're only a small police department. We're growing, but they're only small. I mean, they're doing the best that they can, and I've seen it. I've talked with the officers. So I really want you guys to think about the mess that you guys have created. The mess that you've created by agreeing to put a big building with low income there. That how safe are those children going to be coming to school? The breathing situation that none of us knew nothing about. I had a barbecue for a birthday party with my niece over the weekend. I have a nephew that has very, very bad health. And his mom sat there and said, my son didn't start getting like this until all this toxicity started getting worse with Suncor. And I just turned and looked at her and I was like, and I couldn't say anything because it's the truth. And nobody's done anything about it. Nobody. She talked about all the chemicals that's gone up into the air and how it's landed on our cars and it's landed in our yards and how when you walk out the front door, your eyes are burning, your throat's burning, your nose is burning. Just remember one thing. You guys approved this, and for every child that's toxified, from that moment on of those buildings being done, it's on you, it's on your conscience. Because you guys are the one that approved it.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. I do appreciate Ms. Valdez's comments. I do remember when she did come before us at council, regular council meeting at the end of July, seeking our attendance and that being myself at the executive level of the organization to take in what is occurring within her daily life. So I would like to acknowledge that that was not lost. Myself went out to her neighborhood on July 28th. The mayor was there with me, and we spent some time with Councilmember Madeira as well during our time out in the neighborhood. I would say I continue to welcome her continued feedback, her concerns. Her concerns are our concerns. We do take that serious. And we are trying to work with our police department, our code enforcement, and a number of other particular agencies to try to address this. I wish I had an answer where I could turn the switch to make the issues go away. But she has my commitment, as does her neighbors who share her concerns, that we will continue to keep working with her and her community to try to make it as safe and accessible and welcoming as possible.
Thanks, sir. Next up is going to be Dr. Loria.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Carla Loria, Superintendent of Adams 14 School District, located 5291 East 60th Avenue, Commerce City, 80022. Mayor Huseman, members of the board, it is with great excitement that I share on behalf of the Adams 14 School District the plans for the new development at Great Howe Park. On February 14th of this year, we again confirmed with senior members of the City Urban Renewal Office that Adams 14 was looking forward in using the 60,000 square foot facility for an innovative and attractive cultural center for our community. Since I have been a superintendent, conversations have been ongoing, and just last week, we shared a comprehensive, detailed plan with Bill and Jason as it was requested. I also want to name the collective understanding between Adams 14 and the city that this space will not be limited to school hours. Rather, a true community center with night and weekend events working alongside a city event coordinator support. As 14ers, we are changing the narrative of our district and our community. We will continue partnering with a variety of organizations to co-design a multi-purpose and versatile space. In the materials that I will leave here for you, you will notice a list of some of our current partners. And in this new space, we will continue working with them to better serve our community. I do want to highlight 4 exciting partnerships, however, that will be quite attractive for the community and are also invested in serving our community members of all ages. The first one, you've heard from them, Footsteps to Brilliance. You heard about this exciting literacy resource that is free for our community for students starting from birth. This research-based resource will be housed in this building, providing an attractive space for play dates, for young families, and for literacy parent universities to support our students before they enter school. We are launching this resource next month in our district. We also have partnership with Metro State University. They are interested in partnering with us to create a growing space for high school students and also adult learners in our community, focusing on work-based learning, professional certifications, and college degrees. We're also working and will continue working with Ascent Performing Arts. We started working and partnering this last year with them, and they are interested in continuing that partnership with us to expand our horizons for our students. We will be using this building with a new multi-purpose theater for music, theater, poetry, dance, art, movies, etc. Persons of all ages, thank you.
Go ahead, keep going.
Thank you. Persons of all ages show a high interest in science, technology, and space exploration. To respond to this community interest, we also partnered 2 years ago with the Aldrin Family Foundation and the Space Foundation in Colorado Springs to offer engaging opportunities for students. We're proposing we would like to include the Aldrin Foundation and their partners that include the NASA, the former Kennedy Space Center Educational Complex, designer, and executive director in the design of this versatile space and potentially include a space exploration starry night rooftop for our community to use, where experts can come and guide the community members into celestial and varied wonders that we experience quite often. Jason and Bill invited us to come at a later date for a more detailed presentation for you, but I did want to come in and share with you our thoughts about our co-design, how we can co-design a new collaborative, innovative space for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will be leaving some materials for you here. Thank you.
Next will be Anita Mercado.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Anita Mercado, and I'm a member of UNE and have lived in Commerce City for over 40 years. I live in Ward 2. I'm here today in favor of Ordinance 2541 moving forward, and it is a step in the right direction for our city. I believe we can make this stronger. I would like to ask you to increase the inspection from 10% to 25% and the inclusion of single homes. Not only am I a member of UNE, I'm also a part of the St. Vincent de Paul Society of Commerce City, which helps provide assistance to residents in Commerce City with utilities and rent. Over the years, renters have been calling on issues of rapidly rising rents. While supporting them, we were surprised to hear the terrible conditions of their apartments and impact it had on their homes. and even my close family members are experiencing these issues. It makes me mad to see my community and my loved ones afraid to report issues to their landlords due to fear of retaliation, like rent increases, fees, and a notice, or to quit or not renew. The ordinance is a step in the right direction, and we make this stronger to support our community by increasing the 10% of inspection units to 25%. Ensure that complexes are accountable to fixing all units and the inclusion of single-family homes, as a lot of these single-family homes, especially those with multiple properties. I'm excited about this ordinance moving forward and is a step in the right direction for our city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to go back to virtual. We have Amy Quintana.
Amy, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Hi,
Amy?
good evening.
There you go.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, we can. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Amy Quintana. I'm a member of UNE and renter here in Commerce City. I've lived here. I'm a mother of 3 kids. I've lived in apartments for over 5 years now. The ordinance 2541 is a step in the right direction for us, the renters. This program is very important because we have had proactive inspections. When I was dealing with my issues, an inspector would have caught my issue of water leak infestations of cockroaches, mold, and refrigerator blowing out that spoiled all of our food, impacting my kids' medication. This cost us over $200 of food and forced us to replace the fridge ourselves because they weren't going to help us out. And they said they were going to give us credit and never followed through with it. We filed so many maintenance requests and no one has followed through with our complaints with the property. When we've called the property manager and we told her we were infested with cockroaches within our clean apartment, they would tell us that we need to take care of it. And later we would tell them that fumigating canceled and they left taking care of our issues ourselves, costing us more money. So yeah, therefore we had to get rid of all of the cockroaches. We had to buy all of our, like everything we had in our apartments. It's important that we increase the inspections from 10 to 25%, and for these inspections to be random. This will help protect from violations, and by being more proactive with regular scheduled inspections to make sure all of our homes are up to code and safe to live in and catch issues early on before they come more serious. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Any others? All right, members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Going to move on to our executive session. Tonight we have one executive session. Need a motion and a second to enter an executive session pursuant. Did anybody else sign up? Nobody else has signed up?
Of the UNA and renter here in Commerce City and live in Ward 2. I have lived in my apartment for over 5 years now. The ordinance 2541 is in a step in the right direction for all of the renters. My apartment has flooded 3 times within the past 3 years. The first time the renter's insurance was able to help me. But by the second, my insurance helped me, then they canceled my policy because I had too many claims because of the property failed to address the issue. As the third time happened, I had no other choice but to stay in my apartment. And as someone that is retired with a disability, it's hard to get around. I've had to live in my apartment, come back with all the remodeling happening to be fixed, damage from the flooding. Just recently, my window was broken, a really large hole. The maintenance refused to come and fix it. Thanks to my daughter, they were able to create a plan to fix it in 2 weeks. Along with that, I also had a gas leak. Thank God that it was handled quickly. I'm here in support of this ordinance, 2541, and believe that it will be strong by adding relocation assistance and making sure that we're increasing the inspections from 10% to 25%. This proactive inspection program is a very way to protect residents' health and well-being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time. Are there any others?
Not that we're signed up, Mayor.
Members of the board. My name is Tilly Villarreal. I live in Ward 2, and I live at Kearney Plaza, if that's, if I'm able to say that. I don't know where else to go. It seems like I've taken all the steps that I needed to. I think I only needed Mr. Benjamin here that I hadn't talked to about the situation in Kearney Plaza. I talked to several of the council members here, and so they're aware of the situation. I am here to support that. I hope you guys listen to these people that are speaking and having all these issues that we're having in the senior apartments. I am so disappointed in the way that Commerce City has been allowing our people that are having rent for older adults and not living in the quality of life that they need to in their end times. I think that I'm surprised to see even that 10% is even a number that was not even held reliable for. So 25%, if we can get 25%, hopefully that would help the issues that we are currently coming to. So yes, I would vote strongly. I would hope that if it takes you all to vote for this ordinance to be in, that things would start looking up for our seniors in Commerce City. I think it's a good idea. I was really proud when I moved into Commerce City because of the issues that I had, and it seemed like I hit an end wall where I didn't know who else to go for help, that I ended up moving. And I think that's what's happening. Everything is so destructive, not a good quality, healthy quality of life for the seniors here, that I had to choose a different avenue. I did not want to stay in the apartment that I was in and end up 6 feet under. So I'm hoping that this ordinance, that if you guys can put any kind of effort to it, that it would be awesome. And I would totally appreciate. Thank you for your time and listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am. Last call. Any others?
Buenas noches, alcaldes y concejales. Mi nombre es Rosa Costa, soy miembro de la UNE.
Francisco,
Yes, sir.
do you think that you could help us with Spanish translation?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es
Buenas noches, alcaldes y consejeros. Mi nombre es Rosa Acosta, soy miembro de la UNE, soy inquilina aquí en
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Rosa Rocha, and I am a member of UNA. Proceda, señora, si puede, por favor, leer un par de oraciones a la vez para que yo pueda interpretarle al inglés.
Mi nombre es Rosa Acosta, soy miembro de la UNE, soy inquilina aquí en Commerce City. He vivido en mi apartamento más de 10 años. Mi esposo y mi hija estoy aquí hoy para compartir con ustedes la emoción de que estoy ordenanza 2541 de un paso adelante en la dirección correcta para nuestra ciudad. Me pongo
My name is Rosa Costa. I am a member of UNA, and I have lived here in Commerce City. I've been a renter in Commerce City for 10 years. My husband and daughter are here with me, and we're very excited about the fact that you are considering Resolution 20541. I'm sorry. Proceda, señora.
Me pongo nerviosa cuando tengo que hablar con las funciones de la ciudad debido a mi estado y mi idioma, por lo que decido no presentar una queja sobre las condiciones de mi apartamento, porque tengo miedo.
Because of the fact that I get very nervous about speaking out to representatives of the city, and because of the problem I have with my condition and my language barrier, I don't file complaints about the issues that I'm facing. Proceda, señora.
Porque tengo miedo de que me dé un aviso de 3 días para desalojar, que me den un aviso de 60 días de que mi alquiler aumente. He experimentado fugas y dentro de mi apartamento nuestra estufa tiene un quemador o no puedo cambiar la temperatura. Nuestro refrigerador gotea agua y también tenemos cucarachas en nuestro apartamento.
The reason why I haven't filed these complaints is because I'm afraid that the result of this is going to be that I'm going to get a 3-day notice for eviction, or that I'm going to get a notice that in 60 days my rent is going to be higher. I have had gas leaks. I have a burner in my stove where I cannot regulate the temperature for it. My refrigerator doesn't work. I have roaches. Proceda, señora.
No fue hasta que comencé a organizar con la UNE que aprendí sobre mis derechos, sobre el proceso de la base de mis problemas en el apartamento se abordaron con responsabilidad ante la ciudad, y esto me dejó pensando que podemos tener un proceso en el que la ciudad inspeccione la propiedad y haga que el propietario se registre en la ciudad para obtener una licencia como lo hacemos para restaurantes, incluso en el...
It wasn't until I became organized as a member of the UNA that I began to learn about my rights, and I began to be part of a base that began to deal with these problems and make proposals in a responsible way. Because of this, I finally thought that a process was possible where inspectors would come and inspect, and where property owners would have to get a license, just like other businesses, like restaurants. Proceda, señora.
En el DMV ahora estamos aquí, estoy entusiasmada con esto. Podría aumentar la inspección del 10 al 25 al azar. Esto permitiría que sea inspeccionado más apartamentos y hará que sea electrónico que los elegimos los apartamentos que deseen para crear más transparencia y responsabilidad. Es por eso que necesitamos un programa universal que proteja a todos los residentes independientemente de su raza, idioma o cuánto ganen. Gracias por su tiempo.
And we're here, and that's why we're here, because we think that's possible. If they had to register with the DMV with like others do, and we think that the percentage of inspection should go from 10 to 25%, because that will allow more apartments to get inspected. And if there could be an electronic record of this will make things clear for everyone. There will be transparency, and there will be this will be residents will be protected in a more universal way. This could become a universal program that could protect everyone. And I thank you very much for this opportunity. Proceda, señora.
Ya terminé, gracias.
And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gracias, señora.
Any others?
Hello, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for having me today. I have some materials as well that I'm passing out that are a copy of my testimony as well as a report that I'll elaborate on. My name is Alexandra Georgiadis. I am the policy analyst at United for a New Economy, or UNE, which is a multiracial community organization here in Commerce City that builds people power for racial and economic justice. And I'm here to express support for Ordinance 2541 to establish a long-term rental registration and inspection licensure program. This program will benefit residents, landlords, and the city by 1, protecting residents' health and well-being, 2, improving housing quality and investing in the housing stock, and 3, strengthening the city's ability to meet community needs and building community trust. As you've already heard from many of our UNE members have struggled to get landlords to address habitability issues. And often by the time they file a complaint and a city inspector comes out, the problems have compounded, creating unsafe and uninhabitable conditions and harming their physical and mental well-being. A proactive approach would ensure that issues are identified early on before they become more severe, protecting their health and well-being. A study of Rochester, New York's proactive inspection program found that the program helped identify neighborhoods with the highest risk for health hazards, and thus they were able to correct the violations before harming residents in those neighborhoods. Secondly, this program would improve overall housing quality and spark reinvestment in the housing stock. In Greensboro, North Carolina, their proactive inspection program helped bring nearly 9,000 rental properties up to code within the first few years. Similarly, when Los Angeles first adopted its program, owners corrected more than 1.5 million habitability violations, resulting in owners reinvesting $1.3 billion into the existing housing stock, keeping property values high. Lastly, this program will strengthen the city's ability to meet community needs and build community trust. This program will allow the city to collect important data on rental properties, which the city can then utilize to tailor future housing solutions and improve communication between the city and property owners. From one study, Seattle city officials shared that having a rental property database allowed the city to share important updates to city laws quickly and effectively with property owners. For example, when they had to revise health and safety mandates at the beginning of the pandemic, they were able to use the rental registry to share that information. Ultimately, by passing this program, you'll be demonstrating to the community that residents' health and housing quality are important, and that when the city passes laws like housing codes, the city will then put in place effective programs to enforce the laws that are already on the books. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Additionally, we have 3 more members on Zoom who would like to speak.
I think, given the fact that we've heard as much testimony as we have and everybody else seems to be stating the same thing, we'll go ahead and limit the testimony that will be received on that per council policy number 20, and we will continue on with our agenda. We're going to move on to our executive session. Tonight we have one executive session. I'm looking for a motion second to enter executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub parentheses F, for the purpose of discussing personnel matters, specifically for the purpose of discussion of the performance expectations of the city manager. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion second to enter executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion's going to carry unanimously, 8-0 with 1 excused absence. We're now going to enter executive session. Council will return from the executive session in about 30 minutes. The broadcast and recording will remain up while we are in executive session. All right, let's go ahead and recess to the URA meeting. This time we'll call the URA meeting to order and ask Secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Allen Thomas.
Present.
Commissioner Madera. Commissioner Chacon.
Present.
Commissioner Noble.
Present.
Commissioner Hurst.
Present.
Commissioner Kim. Commissioner Amador.
Here.
Commissioner Douglas.
Here.
Chair Huseman. Commissioner Machuga. Commissioner Tedesco. Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion second to excuse the members not present. Vice Chair,
So moved.
Commissioner Madera.
Second.
I have a motion second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, need a motion second to approve the minutes. Vice Chair,
So moved.
Commissioner Madera.
Second.
I have a motion second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Going to move on to resolutions. We have Resolution URA 2023-13, sale and development for a property at Mile High Greyhound Park. Do any commissioners have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion second to adopt Resolution URA 2023-13. Vice Chair,
So moved.
Commissioner Madera.
Second.
I have a motion second to adopt Resolution URA 2023-13. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And go on to presentations. I have Mile High Greyhound Park Track Day update. I'll invite Bill Aiken, URA Director, to give the presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson Huseman, members of the CCURA. Before we get started, you might have noticed a new member up with you. CCURA staff were informed last week that Renee Lovato will no longer be a member on the CCURA board. She's stepping down to pursue other commitments that she has on her time and her schedule. In her place, the Adams 14 Board of Education did appoint James Amaro to the seat to take her spot. I'm sorry for that, James. So we do have a new member consistent with our bylaws. No additional action is necessary or resolution since the Board of Education made that appointment at their own meeting. The presentation that we want to go over tonight is an update on Tract A. The item that you just approved, which is a resolution to allow the executive director to sign a purchase and sales agreement with DPC companies, pretty much dictates and documents what will occur on Tract B and what the closing schedule on that will be. And we're really left now with A. So I want to go through kind of the phases of development. First was the regional detention pond for the city. Then we had the Suncorp Girls and Boys Club get developed. Then the CCRA sold approximately 45 acres to Del West to build 921 units. Of those, C1, C2, and D2 are complete. C3 and D3 are under construction, with F and D1 to follow shortly. That leads on to the non-residential development. The CCRA board sold a 2-acre tract of land to a hotel developer in January. That building is practically framed and set to open Q1 of next year. The tract in red on your screen right here is the remainder of Tract B, which is the retail component of Mile High Greyhound Park, in which we just approved a resolution to enter into a purchase and sales agreement with a retail developer to develop for us. And then what we're left with, as was anticipated when this project started back 5+ years ago, is that we would reserve a portion of the development for an institutional or educational anchor. Here's the area right here outlined on purple on your screen. It's approximately 4.5 to 5 acres. The area in blue is what is being reserved by staff as we're talking about the development of Tract A. This would allow approximately a 60,000 square foot building, which is really documented or dictated by the parking, so about 125 parking spaces for that building. And then what's realistically left over for retail opportunity are 2 building pads along Highway 2 that staff and our retail developer think really have more of a viability after Tract A starts to get developed, because building those pads prior to the institutional anchor would be like building those restaurants on an island. As you heard in the city council meeting earlier tonight, we do have our partners from Adams 14 in attendance in this meeting, as well as various partners that they're engaged with in an attempt to create a great tenant roster and activation around the clock for the area in blue that would include performing arts, as well as Adams 14 described earlier, a variety of innovative educational concepts that they're very excited to work with our staff and the URA board on over the next several months as we roll that out and figure out what this building should be after community engagement. And the purchase and sales agreement that we just approved to sign, one of the caveats in it is that the developer that's doing Tract B and all the retail is adding tremendous value to Tract A, and it makes a lot of sense that they be the retail developer on Tract A as well, if and when retail is viable on Tract A. So that cuts out that portion. This is the TIF forecast that was provided back in March of this year. It shows that the entire development over the entire period of time is expected to generate about $40 million in TIF revenue. Reason I show this is because we are on trajectory for a typical URA. You'll see the first couple years, very little revenues. So this year, 2023, is the first year that we'll get about $100,000 in revenue, which greatly exceeds previous years in this urban renewal area. As we get into 2024 with the hotel coming online in future, we'll be able to maximize the tax increment coming in to about $2 million per year for a period of time. Now that we're at this area, it's really time to start to think about this institutional anchor building and our partnerships with the community and what the community wants this building to be, and really what we can afford it to be. This is the schedule that we have for that institutional anchor building. We hope to engage an RFP out to the community this month. We'd like to bring a contract back to the board in October to start a pre-design period of this project, which would require feedback from the CCURA as owner, feedback from our various partners like Adams 14 and what their needs are, and then engaging the public for a period of time to determine what the public expects this building to deliver for the community. Once we get past that phase, we would go into the design phase, which would include schematic, design, and construction. Then the consultant would help us through the bidding phase and then construction observation to deliver this building sometime in 2026 based on the current schedule and when funding's available. Reason I say is when funding's available is we talked about the fact that the URA will bring in about $40 million in revenue on this project. Of that $40 million, about $25 million to $20 to $25 million is no earmarks. Those are the dollars that we have to put towards the institutional anchor building. But just, as construction costs increase, as the building continues to grow, as the vision of the building continues to grow, we'll either need to make decisions to work within the budget we have and or to require ongoing funding from our partners or the city on this building. With that, I'd love to open up to any questions or comments that you have on the future of Tract A. And again, our partners from Adams 14 are here as well as their various partners if you'd like to engage with them during this time as well.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate the presentation. Does anybody on the board have any questions for staff? Commissioner Noble.
Thank you. And could you explain how all of these will be working together on the property? The institutional anchor with the educational component, but also the performing arts. Are we talking about two separate buildings? Who is supposed to be overseeing these? Will it just be Adams 14 or will they be divided?
Those are still incredibly early in the conversations. It will be through the design, the pre-design phase that we're negotiating those sorts of components. Internally, staff believes that it's advantageous for the city to control the calendar and for the city to control the partners and what their usability or occupancy of the spaces, unless, of course, it's their dedicated space that they're leasing. But all those conversations will really come to light over the next 90 days.
Okay, you're saying the city would oversee it? Are you talking about the city or the URA?
As we've talked internally, it might be advantageous for the URA and the city to enter into a cooperation agreement in which the city would oversee the URA would pay for the building, finance the building, construct the building. But certainly with a staff of one, it would be very difficult for the URA to oversee the building.
Right, and so this process will allow us to find out how much this is all going to cost.
Absolutely. So in the pre-design phase, the design phase, throughout the process, we'll get multiple estimates and we'll continue to update the pro forma. Right now, based on kind of the bells and whistles that have recently been talked about in this building, we might expect the building to be in the range of $600 to $800 a square foot to provide top of the line type amenities. That might be a $40 million building in itself. So certainly during the design phase, we can look at value engineering, we can look at contributions from different partners, but all those conversations are really yet to happen.
And where would the source of funds come from?
So the URA has, the first stopgap is tax increment financing, and those are dollars that are already coming in and will come in for the next 25 years or so with the revenues from this project. If the building is going to exceed what the maximum amount of TIF funding can come in, the URA and its various partners, including the city, Adams 14, and other individuals who are interested in occupying this building would likely have to come up with rent of some sort or payment in lieu of in some sort.
Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas.
So with that, you were saying that, would it be Adams 14 paying rent, or would it be the people occupying?
So those will all be decisions for the URA to make when we get to that phase and understand the cost of the building. Again, I think that even Adams 14 is very early in their partnerships about whether or not they would want to lease the space, whether it would be subleases or cooperation agreement, or legally how we would spell all those out, but we're still very early in the process to be able to respond to that.
Well, I like what I'm seeing tonight is presented by Dr. Luria, representing Adams 14. This really looks like something that would really benefit our community. And so I like the direction it's going in. Is there any possibility that we could think of a different name than institutional? It kind of sounds like we're setting up a prison or something.
I get it, and when you look back at the plan documents dating all the way back to 2018, we've always called it the institutional anchor building. I would think that we set on our targets that after we finish the pre-design and we know who the partners are, probably very early next year, that maybe we as a board or we go out to the community for naming of the space. But I agree it needs another name after we determine kind of what it wants to be.
Yeah, I'd really like to revisit just exactly what happened in 2018 too, because it seems to be where the real shift in what was meant to be happened. And I'd like to take a closer look at that to get a better understanding of how that shift happened and how we got to where we are now. I have one more question, and that is referencing the slide, and I just quit bringing my computer because it just wasn't working every week, but the total TEF property and sales. So I see that residential is going to be the highest contributor? Is that correct?
So, and residential makes up about 45 of the 65 acres. So it is the largest land use out there as well, with a total of 921 residential units.
And can you tell me how that contributes to, is that, because it says property and sales?
So this is probably the better one to look at for that. So the only ones that are generating a sales tax on an annual basis are the hotel and the retail developments. The residential obviously won't generate any of the sales tax, which you see in this column right here with the zeros. So when you're talking about the residential, you're exclusively talking about this line here, which is the property tax.
Oh, but I'm looking at this right here, and the graph shows that it's residential that's contributing the most.
So technically that the yellow on your screen would be the residential property tax plus the sales tax. The
Oh, it
sales
says
tax is just
hotel
zero.
in yellow.
Yeah.
And residential is in the green on here, and that's the highest.
Changed it for this particular presentation because it read better on the big screen with these colors.
Okay, so I need to cross out what it is, and, because I'm not getting it.
So the hotel will generate, the hotel on the screen in front of you is green. On your sheet, it'd be yellow. It will generate at full build out about $380,000 a year for a period of about 22 to 23 years, because there was a period of time that it was under construction. It wasn't at full value. So that's where you see the green right here, which is yellow on your screen.
Right.
The residential started, there's 6 different residential projects within the development that all started at different times. So you'll see incrementally from 2021 how as units were built and occupied, their value was added to the tax assessor's sheet so that we started collecting property tax on those. We anticipate that once D1 gets built out, which we're anticipating around 2029 for full build out, that's when the residential would be at full build out, all 921 units.
And most of the money then is coming from collection of property taxes?
That's correct. So sales tax sales tax accounts right here on the screen for about $400,000 a year at full build out.
Okay. I just find it surprising that it's from residential, but so. I guess I will look at this again and get a better understanding. So, thank you.
Commissioner Amador?
And I would just like to, like we were talked about, to get clarification from Dr. Laria on the building or on the presentation on these minutes for you, so she could come up and speak and do a little clarification for the district.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman, board members.
So I just wanted to clarify what you were going to present, like a little bit overview of what you talked about in the other meeting. Just kind of give us another overview of what you're looking at for this building.
Yes, as I shared before, we have been in conversations about the potential plans for this building for a few years now, since I started 2 years ago. And most recently, actually, before most recently, in February, Bill, Mr. Aiken, when we met and the team met with him, the question was, are you interested in the 60,000 square foot building? And after consulting with the board, the answer was yes, we are interested. We have partners that we want to work. They want to work with us not only for this building, but they are currently working with us. One of them is Ascent Performing Arts, that I know there are advanced conversations or intent to have them be the main users of the theater. And we have started a partnership with them to expand the mariachi and performing arts for our students. And just recently, actually as recent as Friday, I met with them again, and we continue with that interest of having the theater, not only them partnering with us, but also understanding, and as I shared a little bit earlier with Bill and Jason, an understanding that the building or the city was interested in using this building for more than just school hours, but an intention to have the building nights being used and also weekends, summer, et cetera. So we are more than willing to partner with, as I said, different partners with us, but also the city. What they shared is an interest of having maybe a city event coordinator, which we're more than happy to work with. This space, beyond being an institutional anchor or educational anchor, it needs to be an innovative center. We are in an area where we really need to listen carefully what the city and the community is looking for, and allow a space that can be so versatile, that can move with the interests are not for this or next year, but for many years and decades to come. So what we're looking at is a space that will meet the needs of our students now, allow the expansion of our CTE program. We started the academies that actually was promised to the community 12 years ago. This Board of Education for Adams 14 is delivering, and we are actually, last week when we started school, we started the 4 academies at Lester Arno High School and 1 academy, Adams City High School and 1 academy at Lester. And this building will allow our students to go in and really clash all these different pathways into projects, into learning experiences and opportunities for students that will also attract families. We have here, I have the honor to have here one of our partners, the president of the Aldrin Family Foundation. They're focused on space exploration, and we started working and partnering with them 2 years ago, expanding the STEM or science, technology, education, engineering, and mathematics education in our schools. So this, having them as partners and interested in co-designing with us an area that can bring space exploration experiences for our students and the community at large, maybe even students from other parts of the Colorado state, will be important for us to have these kind of partners. So I think more than institution is an innovation plan, a 14er innovation center, where we can bring all these ideas together. Students can bring, and families can bring these ideas together and really experience education and life very differently in Commerce City.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I guess this is a question for Mr. Aiken, but I'm a little concerned because originally, like I had mentioned before, wasn't Adams 14 promised their own building? So why now do they have to partner with the building since they didn't get a new school?
Yeah, the only agreements and documents that exist for this board indicate that the district and the URA would negotiate in good faith on the ongoing financing, construction, and management of the building. So I know there's been a lot of discussion by this board about promises or obligations. The only thing that staff can really move forward with is what we actually physically have as an agreement, and that's that we would negotiate in good faith on that partnership. So we've looked at minutes, we've looked at records. We don't see any indication that a building was ever promised. And in fact, we went to the folks who negotiated that from a legal perspective, and their memory was also that the payment of $330,000 was the commitment, and then the other commitment was negotiating in good faith.
Okay.
So we have yet to find a document that commits the URA to anything above and beyond that. We're willing to do that. We want to do that. We think that that's in the best interest of the community. But we have not found a document that exists that says that we have a different obligation.
Okay, because not only document, but I had requested, you did mention legal. Who did she consult legal previously that she verified this information? And I mentioned before previously, because I was up to date on all of that. My husband was on the school board at that time. Did she reach out to the body as a whole, those school members that I'm aware of? Most of them are still living and residents of Commerce City. So have you reached out to them? Plus, like I said, I had requested what legal did she reach out to verify this?
Yeah, the attorneys that represented the size during those negotiations back in 2019. So no, we did not engage with prior board members or prior individuals that might have had discussions. But we did speak with the attorneys who negotiated the 2018 agreement.
Okay, because I don't understand. Like I said, I personally, this is something I value. Like I said, my husband was on the school board at that time, and speaking from him, and I went to a few meetings. They were promised their own building, and they accepted those trailers. And then the other problem that I have with this is if they're going to be partnering with this building, like I said, why should they have to pay a portion to lease it when they were already promised the whole building anyways? I don't understand that.
So,
thank you, Bill, if I may. I think where Bill's trying to go with this is that at the end of the day, the direction of the board will guide our actions. As it stands, the agreement that's in place, which can be amended, can be changed, to be more clear about the intent of if the board solely wants to provide this facility in a number of different scenarios. Once again, that comes at your direction. I think with where we stand in the review, and Sarah may be able to further expound, even if there were conversations that may have been recorded at a board meeting or at a URA meeting, if they did not end up in that agreement that we have between Adams 14 for the good faith efforts of the CTE site and or the mobile trailers of about 330,000, then we are bound by what's in those agreements, regardless of what those statements that may have been made or discussions may have occurred, we are obligated to hold ourselves to what was captured within that agreement. Once again, that agreement can change at any time through an update, through an amendment to that. But we would just simply need to have that direction. And as it currently stands, we're operating off the direction that we had received from the board in trying to identify how to make this use multidisciplinary, or the site multidisciplinary, as it relates to the Performing Arts Center, as it relates to activation with Adams 14 and its various partners that it would like to include within that space. If that does change, we're more than willing to move in that direction.
Okay, because I would just like to continue that. I don't, if I have to amend the motion based on what Adams 14 needs are, I do think, like I said, they should have a whole building, since your guys are telling us there's nothing on proof or anything on documents or legally stating that, but if they're not going to get the whole building, or even if they don't need the whole building, and now you're telling us that they have to partner with someone, then they should be compensated in some other kind of way, because they did get, I think if we're not giving them the whole building, since they didn't get a new school and they got 2 trailers, and you have all those homes and additional students and children living there, then if they have to share a building, even though it's for CTE, then they should be compensated some sort of way. That's how I feel. Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ellen Thomas, for bringing this back to the forefront. I attended all of those school board meetings, and no matter what is on paper, in good faith, we allowed this developer to come in and put residential where, maybe we should have thought twice about that because of all the additional traffic that could be added. It was good faith, and they have not followed through. That leaves a really bad taste in my mouth. And whatever happened in 2018 or 19, I don't know how whatever happened brought us to this point where this developer got let off the hook. And I know that you've said that they have fulfilled their obligation, but in the community's eyes, they have not. So whatever is on paper and legal is one thing, but to make promises and not fulfill them, and we've had that issue with other developers who want to come into Commerce City. They want to reap the benefits, but they don't want to contribute. And that kind of thing really has to stop. It is going to stop on my watch. This is my watch. So if we have to beat a dead horse and we have to go back and find out just exactly what happened before we make this commitment that you say we can change with amendments, how do I know that that's true? Because we've been told things like that in the past, and then we just have to take it when it doesn't come to fruition. And that seems to happen a lot. So, are we voting to move forward on this tonight and just let the past be the past and bygones be bygones and walk away from this? Or do we somehow find out who's actually responsible and have them step up to the plate? And I don't know what the answer to that question is.
So there is no vote tonight. Tonight is just, this is an informational presentation just to give you an update on Tract A, especially since now we have the hotel cash flowing and which revenues are coming in from that. And we feel confident that we can go select an architect now to start the design and the pre-design services that will engage our partners like Adams 14 in that. But no, there is no discussion tonight. There's no action being taken or direction being asked from the URA board at this time.
I will just remind the board, we will have a more detailed discussion on the matter on August 28th. That's where the conversation, if you also choose to, once again, negotiate the space and use of the facility as it relates to our partnership, and I use that generally, our partnership with the school district in trying to provide some level of support for its curriculum and its own growth. That's when that discussion would best be handled, because we'll have to dial that in to an extent so that we can have a general scope of services to be able to solicit an architect to work with us on being able then to really navigate the finer points and the details as to what will be a overall budget, design, phasing, and so forth. And I'll say that's probably the most important aspect of this, is being able to tighten up, for lack of better words, this anchor building, because this anchor building will tie back into what we're able to generate, what we're able to attract in the commercial development. The hotel, this building, and the residential are all very key indicators for them to be able to get a very definitive timeline on the things that they can play off of. So that discussion on the August 28th is going to be a very important one for us, so that we can start to take some credible steps of getting this building out on the street, to begin that public engagement, design, and hopefully ultimately then moving into the construction stage.
Commissioner Hurst?
Yeah, thanks. I think to expand that discussion, I've been on council since 2019, and I've never heard that it was a full building, not once. Obviously, I came in after the signed agreement. But I do want to understand if Adams 14 has been shorted. So if in that presentation on the 28th, we can go into detail on the per student fee that we require for new developments. And if that doesn't equal $330,000, then we did short them. And there should be more funding going towards Adams 14 for this development. But otherwise, we're asking a developer to unfairly contribute more than our required standard, and they can do so in their good heart if they'd like to. But to require it doesn't make much sense to me, because I think that puts us in a legal liability situation.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Chacon?
My concern is community benefits, honestly. Adams 14 is one of the few spaces that can provide this type of multifaceted education, honestly, that doesn't exist in Commerce City. It's also one of the few public schools that still is maintaining in Commerce City. I understand the importance of commercializing spaces and bringing in our community, but when you have a foundational space such as education to the center of your community, you're going to bring in those other spaces too, that the parents are going to utilize, that the students are going to utilize. And it's already been mentioned too that it's not just going to be during school hours, but it's going to be the entirety. They need a building. I haven't seen them in all their requests ask for anything else but that. And for the very, very short time that I've been on Commerce City Council, this has been going back and forth in a way that it is also unfair for community to have to compete for a space in this way for capital. And I'm kind of concerned that when we're asking Adams 14 to partner with us, if we're not putting them as an equity priority, especially for our students and for other community members that can use this educational space, are we thinking about the community benefits just as much and just as equally?
Commissioner Madera?
Yeah, going back, I was part of the original discussions that came up with this agreement, and we never promised a building to Adams 14. It was always to negotiate in good faith, and the CCURAs held up every part of their their obligations when it comes to the agreement. And, I don't know where things kind of got confused and, somebody said something or, it just word of mouth spread and which wasn't, the facts. So I think for me, the important thing is that we can't lose sight of what the purpose of the Mile High Greyhound Park is, and that is to be a catalyst for the community, to bring something that the community can be proud of and help, kickstart some of that economic, development that we really need in the core part of Commerce City, and, to bring something nice to Commerce City. And, I struggle with this giving a building to Adams 14, and, I grew up since Alsop Elementary all the way through Adams City High School, so I have a special place in my heart for Adams 14. But at the same time, I look at Alsop, that's a new 2-3-year-old school, and the condition that it's fallen in. And I look at also the old property and the condition that that's in. It's, a lot of it is contributing to the blight in our community, which is supposed to be something that we're proud of. So, for that fact, giving a building to the school district, that concerns me. So, I think we definitely need to consider what's the best use of having partnerships. And, I'm glad that Adams 14's in talks with Metro and with the Sen, because, we really want something that it's a community focal point that the entire community can use. And it's not just, one person or the other. It's a collective space that, we can hold events, hold concerts, have things that we haven't had in Commerce City because we never had the space to hold them in. So I don't want us to get, too caught up on, just one thing or the other. We have to think of what's best for the entire community and what's going to help us, bring in some businesses to support that. Because, the other part of this is you need something that's going to bring not just people from Commerce City to that one location, but that can also bring people from outside of Commerce City. And, that's something that we've been struggling with, and we really need to bring that back because, for the longest time, that's been a parking lot for, 11 plus years, and we're finally making some progress, and I don't want us to derail that.
Commissioner Amador?
So I'll just go for kind of what Mr. Madera said. I mean, you're talking about eyesores in our community. I mean, we built all of that stuff for to bring in all the businesses right there, right next to it at the King Supers area. All those are vacant. All those are empty. We've talked about bringing something into the community that we don't have. I mean, we built, all this 900 and some units for housing units. What do our kids travel out of this district for? To go do stuff. We could have turned that into a bigger community event, community stuff that we could do to bring in people from outside, right? You're talking about, the eyesore. We couldn't even open the water park on time this year because we let stuff happen with our community. I mean, you want to talk about eyesores? I grew up here too. I've been here all my life, right next to Alsop, the old property. And I mean, you're talking about eyesores in our community. I mean, we consistently have built things here that are eyesores that we can't open on time. When we built the softball or the baseball fields, we were 10 generations behind of what every other city was doing when we built all those baseball fields there. And when we built the water park, and now we can't keep the water park open. I mean, we didn't open it till July. Kids, half the summer was over before our kids even got to utilize that. I mean, so I agree with you that we need something here, and the district is talking about building something that will be a community hub, right? Giving the community for the music, for everything, for having our families come in, having people from outside of our community come here and show their talents, having an innovation area there where we could bring in other schools to set up something for space for all that, to utilize that to where we can bring other people here and show good in that community. I mean, because we're building all this, we're talking about building all of this space for businesses in this area. We have all that open space there that's not even being filled up by businesses now that we've built there. And that's been there for 20 years where, you know, we have all of that and it's been empty for years. There's the space is not there. The people that live there, the homeless people that live and hide behind there. I mean, that I agree with you, but there's a lot to do with this when you're building something into the community and the education here, especially if you were, you know, being part of the schools and being part of the community and growing up here. I would want something here to make our schools look good, as well as being able to innovate it so that we have our community inside of those buildings as well and bringing everyone a part of it, right? So we're talking about using the 60 square feet to do something that will be there all the time and have the community come in, have, you know, working with partners to bring in the music programs, to bring all that stuff in. So we are bringing people outside of this community in. I mean, that's what we're trying to do here. So I agree with you, but there's a lot of other eyesores around this that we've passed that we have not kept up when you're talking about being able to keep up things that are only a couple years old. I mean, we look at this city and they've let some stuff go too that have only been here for a while.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add, I know tonight we can't make motions or anything, but I hope by the August 28th meeting that we do have more information. Like I said, if Adams 14 isn't getting the whole building, then how are they going to be compensated? I would like information for that. And then also, if they're going to have to share the building, then they should have the part of the building without having to pay a lease to lease the building. I don't think that's fair. And then it's so frustrating. I've been out here, like I said, my entire life, and I just want to stress, it's not about just throwing something up just because it's a south part of Commerce City. It's a matter, too, of standing up for the students also. Just to throw something up in the part of Commerce City is not the point. So the students are our future, so it shouldn't just be, yes, it's about the community, but it's about the students as well because they weren't compensated. And then the sad part, too, these are mostly students of color, and it just really upsets me that this has even happened to this point, that they were not compensated, and it's still going on and on. Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, I'd like to call Dr. Luria back up to the podium, if I could, please.
Thank you.
So could I hear your take on this, please?
Thank you, Councilwoman Douglas. You know, I'm listening to particularly good faith negotiation and conversations. And I'm starting my third year as a superintendent. And I can tell you what my experience is. I was not present 5 years, 8 years ago when these conversations may have started. I hear what the board or former board members understand of what was offered to Adams 14. I can tell you, however, what my board believes they have been offered, and I can tell you what I have experienced based on conversations I've had with Jason, with Bill, and even with former city manager. It is my understanding that the building was going to be for Adams 14. It is my understanding, because of conversations that we had, and I confirmed with Bill when he started in February that we were interested in the entire space, that we were interested, Adams 14, was interested in bringing partners. We understood that it was not going to be Adams 14, but there was an interest to have strong partnerships that will come and support the programs or the activities that we were going to have in this building to better serve the community. It was not my understanding, actually until probably 2 weeks ago, that this building was going to be not all for Adams 14, and the numbers started reducing from 60 to 40 to maybe 30 to maybe 20, then go back to 40. I don't know what it has been written down, or there's no indication for me, or that it's anything else or anything different that was offered to Adams 14, that there's going to be a building about 60,000 square foot for the district to use and expand the offerings for the students. This is the first time, to be quite honest, that I hear that Adams 14 will be required to pay rent. My understanding has been the building, yes, belongs to the city, but it is for Adams 14 in 25 years. I was made to believe that, it will continue being there. The city is not, or will not be interested in evicting whatever programs or students we have there. So if we are speaking about good faith, that is what I know has been offered to the district. That is my understanding. Most recently, that the theater was not going to be for the school, that we could use it whenever we maybe put our names on a calendar. That is very recent. I did meet with Ascend president. I've met with them several times for the last year, because my interest as a superintendent in following the vision of our school board is to bring back the community and to bring back those programs that we used to have that were of pride, and one of them is the performing arts. And I did ask Ascend a year ago, we're interested in having you back. Actually, I presented to him, and I understand there's this theater that we can bring also a cultural complex. There are other organizations. We are, Adams 14, excited about the possibilities that we could have for this 60,000 square foot building. Our students have not experienced good buildings, but except, one school. I did not create many of the issues. Certainly, I was not even here. Maybe you weren't even here. That Adams 14 has been experienced for 2 decades. But what I can tell you is not only my commitment, but of my Board of Education to really bring back failed promises. And I think the actions speak for themselves. Do not believe me because I have that title. Maybe you do not trust me because of my title. But you can trust the actions that we have been delivering with this board, and since I've been in Adams 14 as a superintendent. The promise of the academies was given to the community to build a new high school and have opportunities for students. We failed our community. The adults did. We failed our students. And we are taking actions that can demonstrate and can be evidence that we are here, our board and my team is here for the students. So in good faith, Councilwoman Douglas, we understood, my board understood that this building was for Adams 14. In good faith as well, we understood that we needed to have some partnerships, maybe because of the lack of trust in Adams 14. I can own that, because we're building a different narrative for our students. And in good faith, we will continue working with our partnerships to offer students an innovative center that they deserve. We're not breaking grounds here in Commerce City by bringing an innovation center for the schools. So many districts already have one and have had it for more than 10 years, 15 years. It's about time that we give our failed promises back to the community, and my commitment is to do everything I can to stay true to that principle. I follow the vision of a very strong Board of Education, and I also, as I've said to city manager and to Bill. The collaboration for me is important because this will take the entire city to really change our narrative. And I am very committed to the collaboration. I understand there's an added interest to have movie and things. Adams 14 is not in the entertaining or entertainment business, but they did share earlier this week, or maybe we've met a couple of times the last 2 weeks, when we shared this comprehensive plan, it was mentioned that the city was interested in having a coordinator to support with the events. More than happy to collaborate with a coordinator. But in good faith, this is a building that was promised not to Adams 14 adults, but to Adams 14 students in the community and the families of our students.
Commissioner Kim.
Thank you, sir. So, Dr. Lordy, I just have a couple of questions for you. And I know, so this is a very contentious topic altogether because we are talking about, this is an informational regarding getting the building built, right? So, and I understand that, you know, what this was for. I wasn't around 5 years ago, 4 years ago, whatever the case is. So I'm brand new into this. I'm a new kid essentially looking in, seeing how this all looks. I guess my pointed question to you is based on all of the, since we're already on this topic, my pointed question to you is more so, with all of the resources that you and your team, your staff has been working with, do they have enough to fulfill that 60,000 square feet place? That, I don't want to call it institution, the innovative center, whatever you want to call it. Is that what I'm hearing, that you guys have, if this was to become an Adams 14 facility, do you already, do the resources justify that 60,000 square foot building?
Mayor Huseman, thank you, board members. Councilmember Kim, I do believe that is affirmative.
So that's, okay, so you don't actually have the requirements or numbers to say, hey, this is what this resource will need, or what this resource will need, whatever. You don't have that information yet, right?
That is correct, Councilman Kim, and the reason for that is, as we have been engaging in conversations of the details, in good faith, what I understand has, in what has been shared with me and my team, because I'm not by myself when I have meetings with Roger or Bill, is that those details will come along during the design. Because at one point I said it was very difficult for me to say this is how much we'll need for this when the design is not quite there. And I believe in collaborating with the community and other organizations to design this building. So it's not, a couple of people saying this is how it's going to look. So you're correct. I do not have those details. But in good faith, I thought that was part of the process and why we're engaging in, or you're engaging in.
I am totally on board with the quote unquote gentleman's handshake, right? I get that, right? Because I believe that in my core as well. When you shake on something, that's how it should be, right? But I also wonder to the fact of, okay, well, could this space be shared? Because honestly, I would love to see some, quebradita music in there, some norteños. I mean, hell, bringing some banda machos or Los Lagos in there. I mean, that's just me. I grew up in that environment years ago, but that's just me. But I mean, could that space could be shared? Could it be shared with other venues or avenues? Kind of what Councilmember Madera had mentioned. Kind of just bringing to the forefront of this is the epicenter of the city, of the community. That it could be like, hey, this is the place you guys want to go to for X, Y, and Z. Stuff that Adams 14 has to offer, stuff that Commerce City has to offer. I mean, could that be shared? I mean, and maybe this is not the right venue right now, because as I heard from Mr. Rogers, this will be discussed on August 28th to make that determination as to what should be in there. But I guess I see it both ways. I see what you're saying, and I see what the rest of the commissioners are saying as well. And I agree with both of you guys wholeheartedly. And I just wonder, could there be a commonality at the end of the day that we can come to an agreement, not just one-sided on, whether it's 14 or it's this innovative center. But specific to this building, I think for the information that we were provided today was more so just informational as to the building at least being started to be built. So.
So thank you for that question. I believe, we can share? I believe sharing can happen. What I am not confident of is that the district will not again receive the short end of this deal when people change seats. And that would be, quite honest, my fear, not only of what I have experienced in my, 2 years and a few months, but in what I have learned from the district and the community. So I think the component here will be, it is for Adams 14, the building, as it was promised. My conversation will be, sometimes even the city will prefer to have just one person to deal with. And with an understanding in the MOU or the agreement, and I will have the legal, team decide what is the right language, to have an understanding and an agreement that the district will be sharing it and it's not going to be with partners, and it's not going to be,
Right, totally.
just, a warehouse for
Right,
us.
totally understand that, 100%. I believe in accountability altogether and making sure that whatever that agreement is, it's actually written down. Obviously, if Mr. Rogers in the future tells me, no, I'm wrong or whatever, I will have that private conversation with them and pull them off to the side. But thank you. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome, thank you.
We can keep saying something over and over, but it doesn't make it the truth. Mr. Rogers, please read the minutes from 2018.
So Resolution URA 2018-02, approval of the property tax increment revenue agreement with Adams County School District 14. Community Development Director Kramer presented. Adams County School District 14 was the final taxing district to agree to the terms allowing for the adoption of the Urban Renewal Plan. Taxing entity approvals are the result of House Bill 1348. Mr. Kramer outlined the key points of the agreement. In response to board questions, Attorney Caitlin Quander stated that as long as good faith efforts are made, partnerships with Adams 14 School District are not required. Rick Wells of Region addressed the board and stated that now that all the taxing entities have approved agreements, he can move forward with financing the project. He outlined the project schedule. A motion was made by Board Member Teeter, seconded Board Member Madera, that this resolution be approved. Vote ayes 8, Board Member Elliott, Board Member Douglas, Board Member Teeter, Board Member Diaz, Chair Ford, Board Member Guardiola, Board Member Frank, and Board Member Madera excused. Board Member Archuleta, Board Member Fairfield, Board Member Huseman, and Board Member Tedesco.
So what I just heard is, as long as good faith, partnership is not required. Yet we continue to sit here over and over and state, we were promised, we were promised. I gotta tell you, I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted by the behavior of the Adams 14 School District tonight because you've completely sandbagged us. You sit up here on our dais and you wanna talk about pools and broken pumps and boilers and things of that nature. For month after month after month, we sat in those meetings talking about what it is that this building needed to be, and could not get a straight answer out of anybody over what the building was supposed to be. Then all of a sudden we come in and want to pass out pamphlets of this is what's here. And we were promised and we were promised and nothing was promised. If somebody verbally promised something, they did so without the authority of the URA board, as evidenced by the presentation and as evidenced by the words spoken by the city manager. But we continue over and over and over to say, this is what we're promised, we deserve, and partnership this and partnership that. You didn't come in here with partnership in mind. The behavior out of everybody that has been involved in this so far has not been partnership minded. I'm beside myself that for the last 30 minutes, this is what has taken place. Because what has taken place has not been of the idea of we're going to be partners through this. I know specifically that I said 3 or 4 months ago, come to us and tell us what you want the building to be. And I've also said repeatedly, we continue to kick this can down the road because nobody can make a damn decision over what it is that we're going to do with this building. How many meetings have we all sat in there over and over and over again and had the same conversation? This is what was promised. No, it wasn't promised. This is what, no. Once again, Bill Murray's standing out there with his microphone announcing it's Groundhog Day. Because it's the same thing month in and month out every time this subject comes up. But regardless, that is no excuse whatsoever for the behavior that has taken place this evening. Completely sandbagged is the best way that I can state it. Councilmember, Commissioner Noble.
Thank you. However, Dr. Luria, I wanted to say how fortunate Adams 14 is to have you as their advocate. I have always been impressed with you from the first moment I met you and heard you speak. You're operating on information that you have received from others and wanting to do the best you can for your district, and I completely understand that. I'm thinking about what Board Member Chacon had to say about equity, and in particular, what is needed in South Commerce City. And I completely agree with that and would support it. I understand what what is your title? Assistant Chair? Okay. Is talking about the fact that this is predominantly minority population. So it's even more important, I think, for us to act. We can change anything as it has been explained to us. We're not voting on it tonight. We're simply discussing it to see what is the best route to go. For at least as long as we have been talking about this, I think a couple of years probably now, I have wanted to see Metro State involved, having higher education, an opportunity for adult learners and others and students who need to stay at home in order to work and go to school, that it could all be in one place. A performing arts center, also wonderful. If we could put everything there, wouldn't that be perfect for the world? Let's see if we can make all of it happen. And we will be discussing it and voting on it, I guess, in a couple of weeks, perhaps. So I just want to thank you and tell you that I personally appreciate you. Thank you very much for being here tonight.
Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you. I would like to apologize. I don't believe that you deserved a tongue lashing such as that. I do appreciate everything that you have brought to this community. You came in after all of this. There were some of us who were here at those meetings where there were promises made, whether they were in writing and whether they were unintentionally taken back by the law, which it sounds like that happened. And very disturbed by that. But it did happen. So I guess with that information, we move forward from here, but that doesn't excuse the fact that promises were made so that something could be gained for them, for their business, for their own, for profits. And that is really disturbing that that kind of thing happens. And it shouldn't, but it did. So I hope that we can move forward from here. It has to be in a partnership, and entity that made the promise, I guess, gets to walk away clean, and I hope they can sleep at night. So I would just like to apologize personally for what happened here tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Chacon.
Thank you for being here. I think we need to be cautious of having the image of a board or a city against another school district, especially a disproportionately impacted school district, especially in environmental injustice zones. And we really need to make sure that we're prioritizing your equity in that forum. And I don't feel that you deserve that type of response. That was honestly insensitive, to especially that fact that you're serving students that often are not here, not able to speak for themselves in that space. And if promises were made are not going forward, I think the importance is that you've already developed those type of partnerships that will make that space be utilized to its full transformative potential. I think that it's important that we have information from our city too, that going forward, we can make those amendments to be able to support you in that transformative way. And again, being really cautious of not having a city being put against its own school districts in that aspect. We need to be working together and not in a way that makes it more awkward to move forward, but actually is able to utilize that, hey, if these mistakes have been made or these misinformed narratives have been in these spaces now, we already know what needs to be done now. And are we actually putting community as that priority? And most of all, it's not just the commercials and again, the capital we're bringing into these spaces, and I wanna highlight that most of all. You mentioned yourself, this was promised to the students. So we need to reanalyze, are we truly prioritizing the future generations for this building that we're talking about? So I really thank you for being here.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to, Dr. Orland, I also want to thank you for being here and for standing up for the students, but you mentioned good faith quite a few times, and I just hope moving forward, by now with everything you've gone through, my faith would probably be gone. So I hope you're making sure moving forward to protect the students, everything is documented legally, et cetera. And another thing that I just want to mention, it's really upsetting to me that in Adams 14, they want the students to have to share a building. Well, have any of the students in 27J had to share a building? And then also, just for the record, at the August 28th meeting, I will be asking the city attorney to help me draft a motion, to get all of this straightened out to where either if you don't get the building, then you don't have to pay a lease if you're having to share the building. So thank you for being here tonight.
Commissioner Hurst.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I clarify some of my points. I want to see successful Adams 14 school district and every child there. I want this building to be built, and I have a lot of faith that it will be. The issues that I have tried to bring up is we're insinuating that the developer did not pay what we required of them. Those agreements were signed and they paid the $330,000. There is no cheating in that discussion whatsoever. And we're insinuating that not just once, but several times tonight. And not you, you're just going by what you heard. But I want to clarify, we have to get that right. If we end up paying for a whole 60,000 square foot building, okay, there's significant consequences to our budget and all the other programs that the city is supporting if we do something like that. Or if we're because the CCURA does not have the money, the cash to build this building. And then if we go to finance this and there's no revenue return, no one's gonna finance that. And so what does that do? That loan comes straight from the city's general fund. And those have significant consequences for the next 25 years on our budget, because that's how long it would take us to pay that back. And so the programs and services that we provide in this city all come from our budget, and this is part of that discussion if we go beyond what the original agreement said. So there is no developer that we're gonna go back to and ask for more money. This money comes from us. We have the same constituents as you do, and that's why this is a partnership. I mean, whether we like it or not, we're in a partnership, and we wanna see success on this property with the students of Adams 14, and quite honestly, with the students of 27J as well. Hopefully, we find spaces where they can come together. It doesn't matter what school district you're in at that point. It can even be from Adams 12. all of which I think would be a benefit to our community. And I agree with several other council members that more businesses will come here. There will be other amenities and services that will come in this area. That's why these things are hard. This is the technical piece of how do we pay for this and what long-term impacts does that have on our community, no matter what direction we go? Because if we're relying on businesses to be successful to pay back the tax increment, we have to be there to support that as well, because if those businesses fail, who does it fall back on? All of us that are using that building. So the clarification and the idea that we have to go back to the original agreement and start from there, because we can't go back, we weren't recording meetings in the same way, or we haven't kept those, all of that stuff really doesn't matter. It's how we move forward, but we have to understand what that legal argument, where are we starting from today? And that's what has been frustrating over the last several months, is we continue to say that a promise was been made, but zero proof of that has ever been given. And the proof is in the legal agreement where we're currently at. And the proof is in the $330,000 that went to those temporary buildings. I remember us having that discussion, and not everybody loved that idea, for sure. There were several people saying, is that really what should be going in on this agreement? No one was taking that lightly, but that's the hard part about being on the other side is, well, that's what the district asked for in this agreement and what they signed on to. So who am I, who has no knowledge of the inner workings of Adam 14, to second guess that type of decision? And so we just all have to recognize that nobody in the past, in the experiences that we've all had, was here actively trying to screw anybody out of a deal, especially not our students. There have been some unfortunate outcomes in the past that we've all heard of either tonight or in the past that we would all love to right. The problem is we're never going to have that opportunity. So let's start fresh with the current foundation that we have by using the legal documents that are guiding us, and then make decisions moving forward. All my idea is how much do we usually require a developer to pay per student? And if we somehow undercut that because of this building, then we should consider that. If not, everything falls back on the CCURA and Adams 14 to work out a deal and figure this out while understanding the financial consequences long-term of any deal that we decide on. If it's a single use, maybe we don't need 60,000 full square feet. Maybe it's more like 45,000. I don't know. I just think we are trying to, we're kind of married to the details, but we've never had a good discussion about those details. We're kind of hearing it for the first time tonight about Adams 14's vision, which obviously aligns and conflicts in certain areas, but I don't think anybody on this council or the CCURA has ever been completely committed to any detail, except we know we want a building, we know that there's a potential use in partnership with Adams 14. We've heard whole building, we've heard partial building. So as much as you've heard, I think we've heard kind of the opposite and the counter. And so that's where I think the frustration brews from. But I think it's an opportunity for us to just lay a foundation and start fresh. All of us want to see this community successful, or we wouldn't be sitting up here. And I really think the agreements of the past were made with the idea of a positive future. Let's build on that. There's no reason for us to point fingers, because we are all in a partnership, but we have to get it right with understanding that every decision made from this point forward on that property is going to have a long-term impact on this city and on the school district. And we can make that positive, but we have to have the numbers right. They all just have to make sense.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the URA mid-year report. Mr. Aiken, you want to give that presentation, please?
Chair Huseman, may I address the committee, because I feel I need to clarify something that, based on reactions, obviously I did not do a good job explaining, so I'd like to clarify something if you allow me. Thank you. I heard from you a lot about the broken promises, and I want to clarify something. When I said that we have failed the students, I'm not saying the city or the council, you have made promises. I own that as a superintendent, because Adams 14 has not fulfilled all the promises that we have given the students. The example I used was the building of the high school. This was 12 years ago. It was not the council who said we're going to have this. It was not the city who said we're going to have the academies. It was the Adams 14 board. So when I said and mentioned and gave that example of broken promises and my commitment to ensuring that the students in the community is not failed moving forward, I did not mean you. So obviously I didn't explain that based on the feedback, so I want to apologize for that because I meant us, Adams 14. And that is my commitment working with this board to ensuring that our students do not get that short end of the rope again. You know, to come and present, I actually thanked Bill and Jason because I think that we have a relationship and we can go and you know, say things to really gain understanding. And I thanked them because it was 2 weeks ago when I even said, I've never heard before the feedback to come and present something. You know, 2 weeks ago, and Jason is here, you know, both of them met, and I said, I've never heard that. But we will put it in place because to my understanding, when we were having conversations and sharing the partnership and the sand, et cetera, I thought that was the feedback and, you know, what I needed to do. It was until 2 weeks ago, and they said, there's nothing in writing. I said, well, what do you want in writing? So, and that's why this presentation is coming now, because the conversations are not different from this, the conversations that we've had. But obviously, I missed that piece of 3 months ago or 4 months ago. So I just want to make sure that I clarify that. Broken promises, we, Adams 14, broke the promises to the community that we are now bringing back with the academies. And I hope that explains a little bit of why this is coming now, because I even told Jason and Bill, thank you. David, we met 1 week later, and I said, okay, is this something what you're thinking? Because it's the same conversation, so that is why this is coming. So I just wanted to clarify that. Because I certainly believe the partnership needs to continue, and this is not city against the district, district against the city. This is us working together really to overcome past issues that have happened with adults, past broken promises. But again, I didn't create them, but I own them as a superintendent. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Mr. Aiken, the mid-year report, please.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the CCRA. Out of respect for the rest of the audience here and the fact that we're over time, I'm going to go over this quickly. You do have a digital copy of this presentation, was included as part of the agenda, and there's no guidance or direction at the end. This is really just to brag on the things we've done up to this point this year. Information that we're looking for an Urban Renewal member still, as you know, our at-large member resigned earlier this year. That position's still been open. We are advertising for that. If you have anyone you know that might be a qualified candidate, please have them reach out to me or go on our website to apply for it. Information about the City Center, just a quick highlight here. The City Center URA terminates. It expires. The 25-year clock sunsets December 31st of this year. So starting next year, the city and the URA will stop sending the sales tax generated at the King Super Shopping Center on 62nd to the developer who built that project back in 1998, and those funds will now start to go back to the city and be retained by the city. Last year, for instance, that was about $280,000 that was sent to the developer that now the city will start to retain on an annual basis. Great example of urban renewal. There are 3 undeveloped tracks around that King Super. 2 of them are set to be developed either later this year or early next year. So it did take about the entire 25 years for that shopping center to be built out. Victory Crossing, we just put an update on the 38 events that the Kroenke Sports Entertainment Group is having in the stadium this year to give an idea of some of those events. For Derby, a lot of the background of Derby, staff's been very engaged with the Derby community, the business owners, the property owners, the residents, and creating a long-term strategy for revitalizing Derby. We'll be bringing more detail to the URA board for FY24 consideration to update some planning that we have in that area. The Public Works Department has done a phenomenal job working with us on repairing a lot of the infrastructure in Derby that looks like it had been forgotten about, got it on their radar, got a bid out. A lot of the concrete around the development's been repaired. Sean Poe, Mike McGoldrick, and their team in Public Works are working to bring a contract to the city council to get the pavers in the area in the middle, which is probably the number one complaint we get from shopping business owners, property owners, and residents is what are we going to do about the destroyed intersection with the pavers? We have a plan to bring a contract forward to the city for approval to redesign and reconstruct that. Art in Derby, a couple cultural sensitive or cultural important projects in Derby in which the CCURA has stepped in with some funding and some leadership to get those murals restored. Mile High Greyhound Park, obviously the most construction ongoing right now, the hotel, the empowerment project. C3 broke ground earlier this year. All 68 townhome permits have been secured. Those will be delivered over the next 2 years with new units coming on place. And then Parcel F, which is the most lucrative or tax incentivized area for the URA. Biggest area is Parcel F. They anticipate breaking ground later this year or very early next on that as well. So that's an indication on the last presentation where you saw the trajectory of residential really increasing over the next couple of years, largely because of the projects that have recently started at Mile High Greyhound Park that will hit our tax digest over the next 2 to 3 years. Triangle Logistics Center, this project was expected to close by now, but they ran into a couple issues, including financing the project. As you know, every time you hear on the news, interest rates are increasing. A project like this where they have to go out and secure $60 million worth of debt just to grade the landfill, they're having more issues this year than they imagined trying to get funding on such a risky project. As far as the 72nd URA plan, we have finished the blight study for this area. We will be bringing that to the city council as this is it will be the city council who will approve this plan. And we are scheduling on September 20th a public information session at the fire station over off of the 60th area next to the new Alsop Elementary site. We'll be sending invitations out in very early September for that. Each of you will get an invitation. I hope that you can attend that meeting. 2 quick updates. We're going to handle this through a survey unless the board is ready to discuss it tonight. But generally speaking, one of the changes in the bylaws is to basically write me in. The Director of Urban Renewal is not currently in the bylaws. There's been some issues risen about my engagement with you at executive sessions or in different meetings until this occurs. So we would like to include that my position does now exist. And then the other thing, and this is a great example of it tonight, where we weren't able to start on time, and certainly this was anticipated to be a 50-minute meeting, and we're nearing the hour-and-a-half mark, is do we want to break out, does the URA desire to have its own meeting day and time that doesn't conflict start and stop with City Council? This is some information that Dylan and the City Clerk's Department did to indicate where we currently have availability. Right now, if we didn't want to do any conflicts, I would target the third Wednesday of each month. It seems to be the appropriate date when staff would like, but that is something that would be brought to you in the form of a survey over the next week so that you'll have adequate time to look at your schedule, provide comment and feedback, and then we can bring it back to the board as more of a study session to determine whether or not we want our own meeting day and time or if what we're currently doing is sufficient. And with that, I'd entertain your questions, comments, or feedback, or I appreciate your time tonight.
Anybody on the board have any questions or comments regarding the mid-year report? Commissioner Noble.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate the work that you do. It's added a level of professionalism to the URA that didn't exist before, and I think that will make a big difference going down the road. Please memorialize conversations with potential partners and so forth. I think that will be really important as well. And PRG is actually on Tuesday nights, not Thursdays, on that calendar. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Appreciate the presentation.
Thank you very much for your time tonight.
I don't see we have a need for an executive session, correct?
No, sir, no need for the executive session.
Great. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene the city council meeting. The URA meeting is adjourned. Up next is a presentation on the 2024 budget preliminary. This is session number 2. I'll invite Teresa Wilson, Finance Director, forward to give the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. We do have several topics we'd like to review with you tonight, including fund balance, revenue and expenditure trends, the draft source and use document, 2024 budget requests, follow-up from last week's session, as well as next steps and questions. The city implemented GASB Accounting Standards Board Statement Number 54 back in 2011. This accounting pronouncement requires fund balance to be reported according to the 5 classification tiers shown on this slide. The classifications within this reporting hierarchy vary by level and authority of restriction and degree of spendability. Associated definitions are provided by the GASB, and the city's application of fund balance classification is reviewed by our independent auditors during the financial statement audit each year. GASB 54 can be very technical at the applied and practical level. However, I thought it was important to share this high-level hierarchy with you tonight for context. This slide provides a thorough breakdown of our general fund balance based on the 2022 audited fund balance total of $86.2 million. Once our restricted fund balance requirements for the Tabor 3% emergency reserve and the 2K capital outlay and operations reserve and assigned fund balance requirements for the operating safeguard, defined contribution plan, PRG equipment, and employee-assisted housing program reserves are accounted for, we have a remaining unassigned general fund balance of just under $35.7 million at the end of 2022. Once we account for items occurring thus far in 2023, we have a remaining unassigned general fund balance of $31.8 million. This slide also shows a carve-out of the status of the 2K fund balance, which was $14.4 million at the end of 22, and is expected to decrease to just over $5 million after accounting for planned uses of this fund balance on CIP projects both in 23 and in 24. This slide shows a 5-year general fund balance comparison for 2018 to 2022 with general fund unassigned fund balance in green and the 2K fund balance in blue. 2018 to 2020 are fairly comparable overall. The notable increase in 21 is due to a sizable increase in sales and use tax revenue received in 21 compared to 20, which increased from 71.65 to 99.44 million. This increase included nearly $12 million in audit revenue, which is much higher than the average audit revenue received each year. The notable decrease in 22 is due to the transfer of $11.97 million of audit revenue from 21 to the CIP for use on the police substation project, and the transfer of $13.68 million in general fund unassigned fund balance to the CIP for the golf club house expansion project. These fund balances take years to accumulate for the future use on priority initiatives. We allocated a total of $25.65 million in 1 year for use on 2 projects. Although it is really great to be in a position to have been able to do this, this is not something that we can do every year. And with that, we invited Chris Johnson back since he did such a great job last week for his second formal presentation to City Council.
This is much past their bedtime. I wanted to go over the operating revenue trends. If you use 2019 as a baseline, you could see that we weathered the COVID storm pretty well with a slight increase of $3 million there. I will say that that was buoyed by the $4.6 million in the CARES Act coming into the city. When you look at it, jump it up in 2021, we saw the huge jump. This was just a great revenue year. We saw, for what is right now the current peak of our development revenue, where it hit $35 million and sales and use tax both jumped. And as Teresa just stated, we were fortunate to receive just over $12 million in audit revenue that we moved for the Criminal Justice Center. So that 125 is a little misleading. And then also, when you look at 2022 actuals, that 112 is also a little misleading. We continue to see strong sales tax, but use tax dropped $4 million from the peak of 35 the year before. And then there was a large it's an accounting entry for our investment proceeds. Every year, at the end of the year, we must bring all our investments in line with the current market value. And then while no cash actually goes out, this has a large effect on our thing when we had a 13 million drop in general fund investment proceeds. So if you add that into the 112, it makes it look a little more flat when you're moving across 21, 22 into our 23 adopted budget revenue and then our current 2024 preliminary budget. When you're looking at current year trends, I do believe we will hit our budgeted revenue this year as we are seeing strong sales tax. That is something that has been consistent over the past 4 years, and we're seeing strong revenues elsewhere in the city. For example, PRG revenues are at least matching or way up across the board. When looking at our current year revenues, some cause for concern is that our sales and use tax combined, which, as most of you know, is about 80% of our total revenue, is actually down 1% year over year, 2023 to 2022. This is almost completely caused by a drop in development revenues, and by that I mean use tax, permit fees, plan check fees, everything that comes across with that. We peaked in 2021, as I said, with a high of 35.4. That dropped to 30.7 last year, and for the continuation, if trends continue this year, we're looking at another $4 to $5 million drop for 2023. Just looking at 1 month's permit data, we can see that across the board, valuation, use tax, and permit numbers are down in pretty much every month I looked at. Like I said before, investment proceeds have been negative the last 2 years. We do not expect to see a $13 million drop every year. In fact, I would expect it to rebound, but there is no guarantee that that's going to happen. In the 2026 numbers, I also want to note that the Bison Grill is planned to be closed for at least partial of the year, so that is also factored into these numbers. When I jump to the other side of the board, to the operating expenditures, I want to note that the numbers we're showing here are what we define as operating revenue, plus our debt payments, plus elected officials' retirement. Basically, we're looking at all the payments we have to move. We're taking the department's budgets, plus the payments that pretty much have to go out the door. These are before any transfer to capital that we've seen in these years. As you see through 2019, 2022, and 2021, we remained relatively flat, and then our expenditures started to rise in 2022, looking at a $13 million gain, and then again, another $15 million to the 2023 budget, and just our base budget expenditures plus debt this year is looking at $121 million. The driver for most of this cost has been the increase in FTEs. A lot of these were very needed positions and in very needed areas, but when you combine the FTEs added from 2021 to 2023, that's over 25% of our full-time workforce. So it's hard to do that every year without vastly increasing your operating costs. And with employees, it's always the gift that keeps on giving when you have them. Your internal service funds get stressed, your materials and supplies go up, your benefits go up, everything goes up into the point where it can be hard to recover. Along with the cost of the FTEs, we, as everyone else, have seen inflationary costs to contract amounts, supplies and materials, and then allocations. And I want to note that while the allocations are also the budget of like our facilities team, our information technology team, they're also budgeting for replacement of all the city's current assets. So everything we have, as the price goes up on that, our allocations will continue to increase. When you line up revenues and expenditures together, you start to see the trends. Through 19, 20, and 21, we had quite a significant gap before capital, and we were able to use that gap to place extra money for much needed capital needs throughout the city. As we look at the 22, 23, and 24, we show that gap is starting to narrow, and that is before capital. Last year, we we basically took that $6 million gap you'd see in 2023 and put it all out the door to help capital projects. This year, the $5.9 million gap you see in the 2024 numbers is pre-capital expenditure and pre-budget requests getting added. So if you hear us talk about trying to live within our means, we're trying to make our recurring revenues not go below our recurring expenses. So we try to live within that 5.7 million to make sure that if anything happens where revenues go down or anything happens where expenditures balloon for us, we're still in a good spot. That brings us to our source and use. This is what we call the combined source and use, which is the entire city's revenues, the transfer in from the water acquisition fund to pay for the water debt, and our 2K allocation, and then you take all the departments, the administrative 2K allocation, and then all our debt funds, and we're left with that 5.7 gap. Because of bond language, we need to split that out between 2K and non-2K. So for our 2K budget, we pull all the revenues that are 2K, the sales tax, the pool, et cetera, and the operating expenses, and then the debt that is not 2K related, and we come to that $2.4 million surplus. And then looking at our 2K source and use, we see that we take all the 2K revenues minus the 2K debt and the allocations, and then we're left with 3.3. At this point, I will turn it back over to Teresa Wilson.
Absolutely. Our next topic this evening are the preliminary session number 1 follow-up items. The next 14 slides of this presentation contain follow-up information regarding discussion items from last Monday's session. Topics include police officer positions, navigator positions, construction and building inspector positions, city manager's office composition, base budget and explanation of variances, a couple miscellaneous operating budget items, and capital project status list, which is in the process of being revised to include project descriptions and ward geographic information, and that will be included in next week's packet. We weren't necessarily planning to go slide by slide through all of these topics, but we're happy to review any that you would like to further discuss or may have additional follow-up questions on.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the slides numbered from the presentation, but I was just curious, back to what I brought up before, it had mentioned that there was the 19 police officers, so I was just a little confused because on the other sheet from last Monday, it said the 18 officers were no, so these 19 officers that you're saying is from 8/7, that's for July's budget, but from last Monday, would that have been into next year's budget, and were those 18 listed on the page overtime officers?
There were 18 additional officers above and beyond what is currently shown on this slide that were requested for 2024. Based on the review that we've done, staff is recommending that we not fund those 18, but that we revisit that once we are fully staffed and have all of our existing vacant positions filled within the police department.
So on the slide, then the 19 police officers vacant, those are for the 23 budget, right?
Yes.
Okay, and they're not overtime?
No.
Okay, all right, and then, let's see. Oops, okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Thanks very much. I think that I appreciate that you addressed the question about a senior navigator, but that still isn't the role that was requested. It is a role that the city created, and I'm sure that there is a need for it. I'm not suggesting that there isn't, but it isn't responsive to what the senior commission requested. Boy, now I think it's been about 3 years. This happened not long after we were on the senior commission. Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas and I are both the liaisons to the senior commission. So it is playing a different role than was requested. It would be nice to have someone who could at least do half-time, part-time, to provide support to the seniors in our community. I think that's a very large contingent of people who would like to have someone that they could turn to for specifics and not just about housing or that kind of thing. I also had noticed that there was a position on last month's report for an events coordinator, cultural events coordinator. And I heard Dr. Luria mention this in the URA meeting that we just had. Would that be the same position? I meant to ask about it last week. It was a new position.
Was that a position you saw on the 24 budget request list?
Yeah. Away you go.
Do you recall what department? I'm sorry.
No, it was on a slide that had several
Okay.
items. Well, we can go on. I noticed that economic development is having a decrease in budget, and I really don't think that a decrease in budget makes sense for economic development. That's one of the primary interests of residents in Commerce City, and not just economic development, but retail development as well. So to reduce it by, what is it, 75,000 or something, is probably something that we need to think about. And oopsie. And what about the landscape architect and the name of the planning architect, currently treated as a maybe? The landscape architect, the reason that that was very important is that it was part of the growing water smart effort. And if we're going to be doing xeriscaping throughout Commerce City, and in particular at our buildings and so forth, that we need someone who can be helping us with that. I've noticed that instead the city has been responding by putting down rocks. Lots and lots and lots of new rocks have gone in by the city. And that is not xeriscaping. That is Z-E-R-O, that is xeroscaping. That isn't necessary in order to protect our water sources. So I think it remains important, even though you show it as a maybe, to do the xeriscaping as we envision it needs to include someone in that position. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Teresa, thanks for the presentation overall. Really appreciate it. Looking over PRG really quick on that line. Bison Ridge office remodel for $500,000, and I just read over the comments on that. How new is Bison Ridge, and why are we needing to add more office space to it at this point? I'm just wondering if I think about Eagle Point down in the core city, they have a lot more, and I go there, not say frequently, but I go there to just to work out every now and then. But there's a lot of issues down there already, and we all know this. I mean, don't you think that potentially that could be used down there to do some updates?
Yes,
Other
thank
than
you, Councilmember Kim. Jeff Maxwell in the City Manager's Office. I agree. That's why when we spoke with Jason about this, we talked about moving this to a no. We do have some space issues at Bison Ridge for the employees, for staff. We just hired a new deputy director in Public Works. He's very skilled in facilities, and my commitment to that team was we would bring him on board, analyze their space needs, and reconsider those space needs in concert with Eagle Point. So I think it's premature right now. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near in the $500,000 range, but I want to get our new deputy director on board and assessing those space needs before we come back to you and let you know what our concerns are. I think it's inflated, to be honest with you.
I think just my own, just like everybody has opinions, right? So my opinion would be is the fact that Bison Ridge being so new, I do know in the core city within Eagle Point, there are concerns and issues down there that should be addressed first to get that restored, revitalized, whatever the case is. Hearing a lot of constituents say, why is it that Bison Ridge does X, Y, Z, but we don't, we get crumbs. So just want to throw it out there. The other question I had too is regarding the rec coordinators. Are the rec coordinators specific to Bison Ridge or to Eagle Point, or where are they going to reside?
They're not necessarily specific. They do generate revenue, so there is a revenue offset with all of those positions. But again, it was just felt like that was a bit premature at this stage to move forward with those FTEs.
Okay.
And just in response to your last comment, I agree, and I want to have a more holistic approach to how we look at Eagle Point and Bison Ridge, not one or the other, but holistically how they can help us in a combined manner.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you got programs that are going on more at Bison than you do at Eagle Point, and the citizens down there, I mean, they got issues, so, or the people down there, I'm sorry, residents down there got issues, so.
Sure.
Because they don't have, they're not afforded that opportunity, so, but, thank you, sir.
Sure.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Yeah, that 500,000 for an office remodel, I hope that, does not go forward. Let me see. Oh, there was, under community development, rental and mortgage assistance, 500,000. I thought we approved that last week. Or is this some other money that would be allocated for the coming year?
You did approve 500,000 from the ARPA funds. This
Right.
was requested prior to the ARPA funds. So again, we
So
see a
this
continuing
comes
need
out of the
with that,
budget
this
instead
but
of the ARPA
funds
funds.
fulfill this
Okay.
500.
Very good. I just wanted to clarify that, make sure that I was understanding it correctly. Gosh, it seemed like there was another question that I had, and I can't seem to find it again, so I will let it go.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. I found the item. It's in the city manager's office. Community cultural events, 100,000. It got a yes. Could someone provide the justification for that from the city manager's office? And tie that in then to what we heard from Dr. Luria earlier on the Urban Renewal Authority, because we're certainly not going to see any action on a performing arts center in this coming year.
Thank you, Jason Dennison, City Manager's Office. That $100,000 is dedicated towards activating placemaking programs, special events throughout the city. So we're in the process of putting forward a 2024 activation calendar that would incorporate and include several events that aren't on our current calendar of events. A farmer's market is included in that. We're working towards a Dias de los Muertos, Hispanic Heritage. None of these are confirmed at this time, but just being explored. But that's why we wanted to get something reserved for the year ahead.
Okay, and then while you're at it, there were no events in Ward 4. So I would appreciate it if in the future that Ward 4 was included for events.
Yeah, gladly.
Okay, so this is an entirely new position. in community relations.
Correct.
Okay, and will this person be working with the Cultural Council?
Yes, most certainly. We'd like to align and bring the input forward together. As you mentioned, Ward 4, where are some gaps in the community and where do we need to start activating and looking
Okay.
at those opportunities?
Okay, and that brings me back to the senior navigator. The senior community needs a liaison who will work with them as well. And it's noted in the documents that this person was an unassigned person in Parks, Recreation, and Golf, and they worked with the seniors at Eagle Point, with the senior center at Eagle Point. So what's needed is someone who works with the senior center, who is assigned to the senior center, so that our seniors have someone that they can turn to.
Again, council member, that you created the position for senior navigator, and Roxana is filling that position.
I'm sorry, but that isn't the same position that I am talking
Okay.
about.
All right.
She does senior family navigator. She works on housing issues, homeless issues, et cetera. I'm talking about someone who works with the seniors at the senior center because they don't comment on the fact that they have someone that they can turn to. If she's going to do that, then coming to the senior commission meetings, being at the senior center so that the seniors are aware that they have someone there to work with them is what they are looking for. They want someone to help them with simple things like using a computer, using software, using smartphones, things like that that help them get through a day.
Okay, well, that's not the role, you're right, that's not the role that that position was created for, so.
Exactly.
She doesn't work on homeless issues unless they are seniors who are in danger of losing, and she coordinates that with the homeless navigator. But her focus is seniors and families.
I appreciate that, and I'm only trying to make the point that for the last few years, what the senior commission has asked for is the person replaced who they used to work with. And somehow, through this budget process, that role got reinterpreted by staff. And I'm suggesting that that isn't what they were asking for. I don't think it's not like we don't need what Roxana is doing, but we need what they asked for.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I missed a few slides to the last time because it mentions about the executive hiring more executive leadership team. Who does that consist of? So I was just curious. That was on slide 27, and I was just really shocked with that. Their salaries of $700,000 plus. So who does the executive leadership team consist of?
That makes up my salary, the deputy city manager salary, the assistant city manager, both positions, the assistant to the city manager, as I understand it. And I may be missing a couple positions, but Teresa, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it includes the 2 new office positions currently filled by Jeff Maxwell and Jason Dennison as well.
And I also believe it also includes the new Energy, Equity, and Environment Office.
That is a separate carve out, not in that, but it is in the CMO.
Okay, thanks. And on slide 30, you mentioned what I've been bringing up before about bike lanes and crosswalks. Do we know how many new bike lanes were painted in 2022 and 2023 in the north and south or all of Commerce City together?
I would have to rely on Mr. Poe to provide us with specifics to the amount of sidewalk and flat work and striping and things of that nature. Mr. Poe?
Thank you for that question. Are you referring to just the long lane striping that was done for?
No, like bike lanes and crosswalks, like for example, on 64th Avenue and Olive, they put up finally the LED stop signs, but there's no crosswalks. And then I've constantly requested bike lanes and like I asked, have they done any updates or new ones in the north and south or all together in Commerce City for safety?
Right. I'd have to go back and get that information for you to understand how much we did install in 22 and 23.
Well, do you know when you can get
We haven't bid the 23 traffic or long lane striping yet. We plan to bid that out in September. We do most of that work in the cooler weather.
And what about bike lanes? Like I said, it says on there, bike lanes and crosswalks.
Right. Yeah, it's a combined project that we do. Well, I'll just have to get to see what we have planned for this year as well as what was done last year.
So it is on the budget, because I didn't necessarily, I mean, it says long lane striping, but where's bike lanes specifically? Because like I said, I would like to know, we definitely need some bike lanes. I feel I brought that up before. And then like one of my ride-alongs on a main road in Commerce City on 60th Avenue going to, like from Quebec all the way down to Vasquez to the Walmart, the lines striping updates, I had requested that and it finally got redone, but due to safety, I don't understand why that can't be included in the budget. I mean, so many roads, the lines, especially in the core of the city, need repainting, and we need the crosswalks, especially like that crosswalk that was promised at 64th Avenue and Olive.
Right. Yeah, I'll go back and make sure that those items, I do recall those being requested and that those were requested to be included in the contract.
Okay, but though, like I said, I would like more information. It does say 2024 budget, but you guys have at the top bike lanes, crosswalks, but then it's not listed below. So I would like to know for sure that is going to be included.
Okay, yeah, that's usually included in the long lane striping. It's just a term that we use for that project, but it includes.
Okay, you said the long lane striping?
Correct.
I still would like myself to know how many were done in 2022 and 2023.
We can definitely get that information for you.
Okay, thank you. That's all I.
Just for clarification, the bike lane and crosswalk budget is included in the long lane striping project, and we are recommending increasing that to $300,000 for 2024 from $192,000 that was spent through 23. So we are recommending that budget be continued. It's an annual 1A project that we budget for every year, and we can definitely provide the data about what has been done in 22 and 23.
Okay, and to clarify, that does include more bike lanes specifically? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions regarding the 2024 budget session? Did you have other slides that you were going over, ma'am?
Yeah, I know we were kind of jumping ahead to budget requests as well, but we did have a couple details on the process that we wanted to walk through quickly. So as in past years, departments submitted budget requests for funding consideration in 2024. Departments submitted a total of $13.5 million worth of budget requests for 2024. The requests are full of good ideas and service area needs. However, we simply cannot afford to fund the entire $13.5 million worth of these requests. 75 positions were added between the adopted 22 budget and the adopted 23 budget, with a small handful of additional positions being added in mid-23. A major focus of the 24 budget process has been placing a heavier emphasis on living within our means, and this includes aligning funding recommendations for 2024 budget requests with anticipated revenue projections for the budget year. Budget requests were prioritized by department directors. They were then reviewed by the assistant city managers, who made initial yes, no, maybe funding decisions. Those funding decisions were then reviewed with department directors and the city manager. When the ACMs met with directors, mutual agreements were reached through a transparent and collaborative process. And we do include the summary of budget requests by department. The packet for this agenda item also includes budget request attachments by department. Each attachment includes all of the budget requests submitted by the department, along with a summary page listing the titles of all the requests. On that summary page, you can click on an individual request and be transported to the first page of that request. We tried to set those up in a user-friendly fashion because they do contain a lot of pages. In order to fund more maybe or no items, additional fund balance will be required to fund the current yes items on the list. An estimated use of $216,000 of unassigned general fund balance will be required. And I know you've asked some questions about budget requests, but if you have any others, we're happy to address those and take notes to follow up on items that we can't answer on the spot this evening.
Councilmember Noble.
What is the math that you use to determine the reserve? What percentage of the budget do you allocate for reserve?
It's not necessarily based on a percent. Let me get back to the fund balance slide. So we do account for all of our required reserves that are detailed on this slide as a status for where we are today. And the resulting amount that we're at as of today is 31.8 million in remaining unassigned fund balance after all of our reserves detailed above are accounted for, as well as the mid-year approvals that have occurred during the 2023 fiscal year. Does that answer your question?
Well, if it's a reserve, it's not being used technically other than for the items that are listed above. I'm just trying to figure out a way to fit in a seniors coordinator. And it seems like if you have 32 million or 32 million in reserves, that maybe there's something that a half-time person could be retained.
If I may, ma'am, generally when we've looked at the unassigned general fund balance, we've looked at it more from the operational aspect of personnel versus non-personnel. We do not try to tie a personnel request to the unassigned fund balance because obviously that's savings left over from previous years or unaudited budget, because then it's going to have a recurring impact on our basic revenues. So what you'll find in today's budget proposal is personnel requests being covered by our operating revenues. And if we were to have to dip into the unassigned fund balance of that 216,000, as we're already doing with the yeses, we're doing that with non-personnel requests. So that being software, unless it's under IT retained earnings, if it's dealing with office renovations, if it's dealing with, once again, programmatic improvements, whether that might be an emergency rental assistance program, that's what we would tap under the unassigned fund balance. But when it's an ongoing occurring cost, we do try to keep that within what is our projected revenues.
I don't think that there's an advocate for seniors on staff. And I am advocating on behalf of seniors. And that's what I'm trying to suggest, is that someone needs to do it. I don't know what department it would fall into. It doesn't seem to be a department that is giving consideration to that. So I'm suggesting that you consider hearing this request after 3 years. I was also noticing that there had been the drop in sales and use tax, I guess, of 1.05%. And he said that it was a drop in permits. And I'm curious why permits are down when Second Creek Farms isn't built out, Settlers Crossing isn't built out, Legato isn't built out. why aren't there permits coming before us for all of those approved projects?
Those are all very good questions. There's a multitude of reasons that are factoring into why we've seen a slowdown in our growth and development. Some has been related to market conditions, with inflation in the cost of materials that we continue to see, the cost of housing that we continue to see. Having spoken to some of our members in the development community, their ability to underwrite their projects has also been impacted. So that is also slowing down the ability to move forward. And I would say the level of fees in which they're unable to counterbalance with some of their financial mechanisms is also a leader in why we're seeing some slowdown in that development. Now, once again, these are all conversations that I've had across a number of different developers. So there's not a straight line that I can point to that give a theme. It may be worthwhile to hear from the development community why there's been a slowdown affected in their market. I think that's always advantageous to be able to hear that other side of the coin. But I'm speaking just from the general conversations that I have with those in that sector.
Has the problem with the pressure zone played a role at all, the fact that there is a lack of water?
No, ma'am. The pressure zone is obviously a challenge, but it's not been, I would say, a total deal killer for people to be able to move forward. We continue to work with the Water District on finding suitable options for development to keep moving forward. And the pressure zone that you speak about is best categorized from the western boundary of E470, northern boundary of the Excel power line, south to 88th Avenue over to Piccadilly is where that is. We've had developers kicking tires in that area, but not necessarily ready to pull the trigger for one reason or another.
So that pressure zone has nothing to do with Legato or Second Creek Farms?
So Second Creek Farms is within pressure zone 32 as I understand it. Legato, as it stands right now, is in one of those, and I would have to rely on the technical review of the Water District, but they are moving forward and working with Legato on its development. At some point in time, yes, the water, at some point in time, the pressure zone will become problematic for development to occur when you get to a certain level of ERU or equivalent residential unit infrastructure for that. But with where we currently stand, and I think with some of the things in which the Water District is trying to determine as, once again, suitable solutions or options, it hasn't or is not preventing their ability to continue to move forward with some of their more recent developments that they want to build.
I would think some of these permits would require water for the homes, so that's the only reason I'm bringing this up. The 2021 sales and use tax, it seems to me that we also we did more in terms of online sales and requiring that Commerce City be paid off of those taxes. I probably am responsible for most of this because of my Amazon purchases during the pandemic. But would it be from online sales? A lot from online sales.
We are monitoring that. That's something that we'll look at closely each month. But with the passage of the sales and use tax ordinances earlier this year as a result of Wayfair and whatnot, we are able to start collecting more taxes from online sales. And our tax division is working on reaching out to those vendors and making sure that we have accounts set up for them and that they're filing. That's something that we could certainly gather more information on to present to council at a future date.
Okay, thank you. And one more question for Mr. Rogers. During the earlier presentation, the Criminal Justice Center was mentioned. I was under the impression that we had not approved that.
No, ma'am. I think where Mr. Chris was going with that was the reference to the police substation in the Northern Range. He was using nomenclature in which, at the time of the transfer, was under the Criminal Justice Center.
All right, thank you very much.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huisman. I have questions on the request summary under public safety. I see 3 yeses. I'll start with the last one first. What is power engagement platform for 70,000?
I would like to invite our police chief up to answer your questions, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The Power Engage platform is a public engagement platform, and what I would equate it to is if you order something from Amazon, you are able to log on and Amazon says your package is 4 stops away, 3 stops away. When you get your package, a little survey on how was the delivery. Essentially, the Power Engage platform is a platform that will allow us to engage the public in a similar way with regard to calls for service. It will allow us to front load instructions when somebody calls for police service. So if they're calling for a burglary, the platform might automatically inform them, round up serial numbers, do some other things to expedite your service. When we're done with our engagement, it will take a survey. And how was your interaction with the police department? This platform is in use in all of the Jefferson County area law enforcement agencies. It's been highly successful, and I found it to be a very good and reliable engagement platform.
Well, thank you for answering that. That does sound useful. The next one I have a CLIA accreditation manager for 105,908.
Yes, CALIA is the it's the Commission on the Accreditation of Law Enforcement Agencies. It's a national accreditation body, and one of our goals with the police department, it's about a 4-year process to earn a CALIA accreditation. About 20% of law enforcement agencies nationally earn this accreditation, and essentially what it says is that as a police department, we follow all the leading practices, and we have to demonstrate this to them on an annual basis as they review our policies and as we submit proof that we operate in a manner that we say we operate. But maintaining the accreditation is timely, and it does require one full-time employee, which is the accreditation manager, to shepherd us through the process on a year-by-year basis.
Okay. So you have to get accredited every year?
The cycles for a CALIA accreditation run on 4-year terms, but the manner in which they do that now is they look at certain portions of our policies and the proofs that we are operating in that manner on an annual basis. So every year they do like a fourth of our policies, and with a 4-year renewal for the accreditation every 4 years.
And what specifically is the benefit to the city again with having this accreditation?
I think the benefit to this city, as well as the police department, is it is an outward profession that it's one thing for me to go somewhere and say, I think our police department's great. But when I can go somewhere and say, There's 20% of the law enforcement agencies in the country that maintain accreditation under CALIA, which is the industry standard for doing the right things the right way. They constantly require your policies to be updated and looked at. They come out with leading practices that you have to adopt in order to maintain that accreditation. So it assures our public and it assures all of you folks that the police department is operating in a manner that's consistent with leading practices.
And we currently don't have that in place.
We are currently not accredited under CALIA or the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police, no.
Okay. And if after a 4-year cycle, we don't see the benefit in it, can we relook at this, having it, or? I'm kind of wondering if it's worth pursuing, but if you're the professional and you know, so I will take your word for it. Then the last question that I have, 2 sergeants at 445, 740, that's like $220,000 for each one. That's their annual salary? Is that what that would be, or?
That would include all of the equipment, and I believe it might include the vehicles too for those sergeants. It's not just the body,
okay.
but everything that comes along with what that sergeant would need.
Okay. All right, thank you.
When we bring police staff on, it tends to be a much higher cost the first year because you have to buy that one-time equipment, and then it would just be the annual ongoing cost for the salary and benefits after that.
Are those sergeants on the street, or are they just basically in the office? Sorry to bring you back up.
He snuck away too quickly.
No, that's perfectly all right. We have a variety of sergeants. Some are assigned to patrol. Their assignments do vary. We have some who supervise various task forces, and some who do more administrative functions, like work with Victory Crossing to manage a lot of our overtime and manage our fleet. So there's a variety of different assignments for sergeants.
And what would these 2 sergeants be? What would you need these 2 sergeants for?
Well, that is currently a discussion that's part of a broader discussion with regard to the growth of the police department, the projected growth. We certainly understand that given the nature of the growth in the city, we have to plan smart and we have to plan ahead for some of these. So among the discussions for these positions are special sort of engagement teams to work in the community, perhaps a crime prevention or outreach team. Any of these specialized teams would need a sergeant. We have 2 investigation sergeants now. We could certainly look at a 3rd investigation sergeant to oversee a lot of our task force positions. There's really any number of positions at this point, but what we want to do is try to move ahead smart and plan ahead and have the positions in place as we grow.
All right, well, thank you for the great job you've been doing so far, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, great. That brings us to our next steps. We have our 3rd scheduled preliminary budget session next Monday, and the council budget retreat on September 11th, and then the public hearing opening on October 16th, and closing and anticipated budget adoption on November 6th. Next Monday, we plan to review the legislative budget, follow up from tonight, and then discuss plans for the council budget retreat in September. Coming out of that, we would hope to have some clear consensus direction on adjustments to make to the budget so that we can get those changes made and bring back a revised budget document for you all to consider for adoption. And that is all we have for you tonight.
Very quickly to that, Mayor, I do have one additional question for you, and it's in relation to the 9/11 meeting for the budget retreat. Typically, we have started these slightly early just given the amount of discussion that would occur right now for 9/11, we have the item scheduled for about 2 hours. But that's also not taking into account, since we have opened up our second meeting of the month to allow for regular business also to be conducted that night, currently slated with items that need to be moved forward around 11:15. Really, at the end, do you all want to stay with the 6 p.m. timeframe? Do you want to start at 5:30 to make sure that you've given yourself enough time to really discuss and make certain decisions on what you would like to be a yes, a no, a maybe for us to continue to move forward? Or if staying at 6, then we would proceed accordingly.
Who wants to start at 5:30? Anybody want to start at 5:30? One person wants to start at 5:30. Who wants to start at 6? Who wants to start at 6? 6? The 6s have it.
Thank you, sir.
Great.
Anything else concerning the budget this evening?
I think we're all set for tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. This time I need a motion and a second to extend the city council meeting by 2 hours. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to extend the city council meeting by 2 hours. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. Motion's going to carry 6-2. All right, next up is the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 6 items on the consent agenda. Does anybody on council wish to remove an item? Seeing no request to do so, I'm looking for a motion second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. I have a motion second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Will the clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the July 17th, 2023 regular meeting. Ordinance 2514, an ordinance amending section 217205 of the Commerce City Land Development Code to add construction standards for residential driveways. Ordinance 2515, an ordinance amending section 213210 of the Commerce City Land Development Code by adding foundation-only permits and extensions thereto as building permit types for review and approval. Ordinance 2526, an ordinance retitling Chapter 8 and repealing and reenacting Article 2 of Chapter 8 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code pertaining to the licensing of medical and recreational marijuana businesses. Ordinance 2536, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant in the amount of $15,000 for driving under the influence DUI enforcement efforts and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2537, an ordinance submitting to the registered electors of the City of Commerce City at the regular municipal election to be held on November 7th, 2023, proposed amendments to the charter of the City of Commerce City concerning the modernization and standardization of publication requirements for legal notices, ordinances, documents, and other legal publications. Your vote is open.
All right, consent agenda passes 8-0 with 1 excused absence. We're now going to move on to ordinances on first reading. Next up is ordinance 2541, long-term rental registration. I'll invite Jim Tolbert, Assistant City Manager, to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. This is an ordinance we've been working on for quite a while. If you remember, early last year, we study sessioned this, and we study sessioned it again in December when we talked about the My C3 program, and council asked us to proceed with putting a program together. I want to say before we start, really appreciate all the work that Alex Luna and his people he's worked with have had done to help us with this. We're not 100% in agreement on some of these things, but we're really close, and I think they're happy that we're bringing forward this ordinance before you tonight to have you consider. Alex Van Zanti has been handling most of the work on it, and he's going to lead through the presentation, and I'll be here to help answer any questions you have. But we do have a brief presentation to explain where we're going with this. So.
All right, good evening. My name is Alex Vanzani. I'm a management analyst with the City Manager's Office. It's great to present to you guys. This is my first presentation for you all. So thank you for allowing me the time to do so. I'm here obviously to talk about the proposed rental registration and inspection program. A little bit of a background about this program in general. As I'm sure you all know, the city does not have a registration or inspection program for rental units. Roughly a quarter of the city's residents live in renter-occupied housing, and in total, the city has around 4,500 rental units. The benefits for this program are numerous. Most everyone involved in this program will tend to benefit from this. Tenant benefits for this program are obvious. It helps protect residents' health and safety by reducing housing inequities and ensuring that housing is kept up to code for all tenants. For landlords, benefits for them include the prevention of more serious maintenance issues by identifying problems early in regularly scheduled inspections. And by doing that, it helps preserve property values and improves relationships with tenants. The community and city also benefit from this program. This program would help preserve the city's tax base by keeping property values high. It would also allow the city to better understand community housing needs and tailor solutions, and it helps build community trust by demonstrating commitment to residents' well-being. As currently proposed, this ordinance would only be applicable to rental units that reside in properties with 3 or more units. Upon registration, property owners would be required to provide a list of rental units, the type of units, the age of units, and contact information for themselves. Rental licenses would only be valid for 4 years and are non-transferable. So if a property owner were to sell their property 2 years after registering for the program, the new property owner would have to re-enroll all the properties. For renewal for this program, as stated, this program would be valid, or registration would be valid for 4 years. License renewals would need to be submitted to the city prior to 30 days for its expiration. If a landlord does not submit that application by the allotted time, they will not be able to continue to operate beyond the expiration date of the license. And we'll talk about what those ramifications are in a little bit. The second part of this program is inspections. Inspections will be conducted upon registration. If a unit fails inspection, another inspection must occur for the property owner to obtain a rental license. Again, upon registration, all rental units will be inspected. It's only upon renewal that a minimum of 10% of units will be re-inspected. That is a minimum. The city can decide to inspect more units if needed. The only exemption to the inspection portion of this program is for newly constructed properties that have been issued a certificate of occupancy within the last 4 years. That does not mean that they cannot pass by the registration portion of this program. They would still have to register and license their programs, but they would be exempt from that inspection. Staff anticipates having to conduct 3,200 inspections in the program's first year, and that's based on a rough estimate of 2,000 units that are applicable to that definition of 3 or more units. And that is also with a 60% reinspection rate. For inspection requirements, properties must comply with 49 property requirements, including ventilation, occupancy, plumbing, mechanical, electrical, and fire safety standards. If a violation is found, the property owner would be issued a notice of noncompliance with a correction period between 7 to 60 days. And from the program launch on March 1st of 2024, staff will need 1 year to license and inspect all rental units. And rental properties must be compliant by March 1st of 2025. The reason that that's March 1st of 2024 is to allow the city time to hire new staff for this program and to reach out to landlords and communicate with the community about this new program. So with this new program, we would have to bring on 4 additional staff members, and that would consist of 1 program supervisor, 2 code inspectors, and an administrative specialist. Collectively, this group would be able to inspect and license a little over 7,000 units per year. And that's important to note because if council decided at a later date to include all rental units within the city, there would be no need for additional staff. The total cost of those 4 full-time employees is $434,000 per year, and that number accounts for salaries, benefits, vehicles, operating supplies, and equipment. For recommended fees for this program, for the program to be self-funded, the city would need to collect $217 from each applicable unit. To do this, staff recommends a licensing fee of $600 per unit and an inspection fee of $167. Over 4 years, the cost per unit for a property owner who passes their inspection the first time would be a little under $200 annually, or just under $16 per month. Should council wish to include all rental units within the city to participate in this program, the annual cost for a property owner that passes their inspection the first time would be just under $80 or $6.59 per month. I mentioned tenants' protections in an earlier slide, and this is what this slide talks about. If a unit is deemed uninhabitable, the landlord must provide the tenant with a hotel room of comparable quality to the tenant's dwelling at no expense or cost to the tenant. A landlord will also need to be able to provide moving services or reimburse expenses for moving, and that value is up to 1 month's rent. And a tenant will continue to be responsible for payment of their rent under the lease conditions during that time. Enforcement for this program, the fine structure is similar to what the nuisance fine schedule is, and that ranges from $100 to $999. And upon several repeated instances of noncompliance, suspension or revocation for all rental licenses that property owner holds. Staff intends to partner with property owners to achieve voluntary compliance throughout this program. That's really a core tenet of this program, is to be a partner with landlords and property owners and not try to be looking over their shoulder the whole time. Retaliation by a landlord or their agent is strictly prohibited. There are a number of statutes that were passed by the state of Colorado this year that protect tenants from retaliation against their landlord. So the ordinance does not state any of that specifically because it's already written into Colorado law. That concludes my presentation, and I am open for questions that you may have.
And very quickly, Mayor, just for a point of clarification, when Mr. Van Zanti made a note of the licensure term, the license shall expire 3 years, not 4 years, from the date of issuance. And you'll find that reflected in section 5-6008 of the proposed ordinance.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. Alex, great presentation overall. As a first timer, is your parents watching too? Assuming it's probably too late, probably not this point.
They're pretty young. They might be up.
Pretty young, okay. Go back a slide for a minute for me, 1 second. So, nope, go forward, they're right there. The very last slide just before discussion. Okay, retaliation by landlord of their agents against renter for reporting or suspected violation. You mentioned that's actually part of a Colorado statute currently, and when did that go in effect?
I believe that went into effect this year. It's statute 509-12-38.
Okay, and so our ordinance is looking to be active potentially March of next year, is that right?
That's when the program would go into effect. And again, it would take 1 year to license and inspect all those units. So properties would have to be compliant by March 2025.
So 2 questions I really have is, one is, why not single-family homes? Why is that not addressed in here?
I'll speak to that. We debated that and then really decided that, we need to start a program. The major problem we have is with the multifamily, the 3-family and up. And let's get the program organized. Let's see how it works. Let's see what we need to tweak. And if we're having a problem with those others, we would, of course, bring it back and be a very simple amendment to add those to be required at that time. But that just doing the three-family and up gives us an opportunity to get established, get some experience with it, and hit the bigger problems that we're having.
So I will say this, you know, I actually have a house in Foxton Village, right there in Commerce City as well, that was my own very first home. I'm renting it out myself. I am never above the law. I am never above any of this. I believe that this ordinance is a great ordinance overall to be established. So I already told Deputy Chief Sater that he could tase me if he ever thinks I'm above the law, because I'm never above the law. So I think that the fact that could we not include single-family homes, I guess, at this point? Or are you just saying for comfortability, for comfort's sake, we're looking at more to get this established and then make that determination later down the road? Or will this be brought back to us again in some future?
Very good question. And I think, I don't think it has to do more with comfortability. I think it's more about you have, I'll call it land ownership, landlords that are of, I'll call it different audiences. And I would say if you're going to be including single family detached, one, the number of homes goes up. To the audience in who rents out those homes, whether it's to a friend, to a resident, to a family member, or to the first-time user. I think there's a level of due diligence that we'd have to do from a communication and public engagement to understand some of the tenets which wouldn't align with the ordinance that we have here. And I think, quite frankly, one of the things that we focused on was when this initially came before the council in Q3 of 2022 were the concerns and issues around multifamilies product that had a management company that had a multiple units under one roof, and the lack of response and the impact to multiple people. So the focus was trying to address the more immediate issue with what we know and what we've heard and what we've seen in our own inspections that we've been able to conduct over that course of that time, to where there are variables that we don't have or are able to address at this point in time without really fully engaging the community of that single family or two home developments or type of developments to see what we would have to craft. And to Jim's point, we wanted to make sure that we could get a program stood up to address the more immediate concerns.
Copy that. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I will say that if this does ever come back again, single-family homes, I'd be happy to pay that $600 because honestly, I think as a property owner myself, I like to always make sure, you know, that I am way below the median, right, as far as what houses are being rented out for, and also make sure that, you know, that my tenants that are there are comfortable and taken care of as well, because it's, I mean, we're all human, right? So we got to have some form of humanity or something. So the other question I have too is regarding section 5-6006. It says 10% of rental units. Why only 10%? I mean, we heard a bunch of the residents as well here talk about 25%. So why that one? And number two is as far as who gets to choose or pick to determine who that, in this case, 10% would be, as far as which houses or which apartments would be checked.
We modeled this a lot on Denver and what they do. We felt, and again, as Alex said, it's a minimum of 10%. So everybody gets inspected unless you were built within the last 4 years in the first year. And then it's on renewals, we would go, and it would be, our inspectors would randomly select a set of unit numbers and do 10%. If we saw more, if we saw problems, we could do 100% if we felt like it was necessary. But 10% is just the minimum. And what I would anticipate and what I was told by the folks in Denver is that if, they set a minimum number, but if they find 2 or 3 that have violations, then they add more to it because they see a pattern and a problem, and so they add more to it. That's what we would anticipate. Again, we could do 25%, but that changes the numbers that we can do. That changes all the dynamics of putting it together, but we would reserve the right to do more than that at any time, and that's the ordinance gives us that capability.
So I get the fact that there is a minimum of 10%, but we all know when you say minimum, I mean, I'm not saying everybody's this way, but sometimes that's what they're gonna go after, is the minimum. Now, I believe that under Mr. Rogers' regime, for sure, that minimum is not gonna be good enough, and it's gonna be like we need to excel and we need to exceed our standards. I get that. But in this case here, I don't believe that 10% is good enough at this point. I would say let's meet in the middle to 15 to 20%, but that's just, again, my one opinion here. That's all.
We can do as council directs.
Thank you, sir.
That's not an issue.
I used to inspect a lot of apartment buildings, especially those needing HUD funding or financing, things of that nature. And anytime I went out and did those inspections, the standard was always that I inspected 25% of the units in the buildings. And I had no issue whatsoever in going in there and assessing what was going on in those facilities and figuring out what infrastructure needed to be replaced and what the living conditions were. So I don't think setting a standard at 25% is a horrible thing. 10%, especially, interestingly enough, whenever you show up on site, they've kind of picked what units they want you to go through. And, they've already decided the ones. And so whenever you allow somebody to say, we're only going to visit 10% of the units, and they've handpicked the 3 or 4 that you're going to end up walking through to make sure that you're not seeing the issues that are truly there in a good representation, I don't think that really does the program justice. So I think at a minimum 25% of the units, and also making sure that we are picking the units, not them being picked for us.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Councilmember Noble?
Mayor, sorry, if I could just add, the 10% is also inspected at random per the ordinance, so it wouldn't be that the landlords choose the particular units, just to clarify that.
Okay, that's good. That's a step in the right direction, but I still think that we need to be getting a good representation of the actual sample size of what's actually taking place on the property and not just 10%. Councilmember Noble?
I agree with the mayor and Councilmember Kim. I'm looking at slide 9. The last 2 bullet points. It says over 4 years, the cost per unit would be $191 annually. But should council wish to require all rental units within the city to participate, then the cost would be $79.04. So it seems to me that if the price drops, then wouldn't we want all rental units to participate?
Again, our recommendation is to get it started is with the 3-family and up. But if council wanted to add 1 and 2 family, then we can do that.
Okay, and then on slide 10, under the warrant of habitability, the language was that the tenant needed to be moved into a unit of the same quality. I would say that we don't want them to be moved into a unit of the same quality because they're being moved out of a unit that's of poor quality. So we want them moved into a unit with the same number of bedrooms and is an inhabitable unit. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
How does the language read in the ordinance? Does it say same quality?
Give me a second to look. Must be substantially similar to the tenant's dwelling unit, including but not limited to similar square footage, number of rooms, and amenities.
Okay, so it was just a choice of phrasing in the slide.
Right, just,
All righty, thank you.
yes, ma'am.
What about floor? What about view? What about proximity to the swimming pool? These are all things that, if you're paying, when you go to a leasing office and you were leasing a unit, then typically it's very similar. There's premiums for the one that is there, this or that or whatever. So how do we make sure that if you're having to be relocated to another unit, that
again, it says similar amenities, so, again, in reality, y'all know how tight the rental market is here, so, finding an exact unit, and it may be we have to go to a neighboring community for them to live for a month or two, just simply because there are no comparable units within the city, but, that's gonna be the people, our folks running the program will make sure that they get in those units that are as close to what they came out of as possible.
So if we have to send somebody from Commerce City to Arvada to be able to get into a similar unit, how are we gonna deal with the school? How are we gonna deal with the doctor appointments and all the other things that come along with the fact that they don't get to be in the city?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, we would try to get them in the city, but, I would rather get somebody in a safe living unit, and then we have other programs where we have lift availability vouchers and those sorts of things that we can work with folks on.
Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with what's already been said, but to truly be aligned with Denver, it would have to be 25%, because even the community members that came out tonight, for complete transparency, when community comes to offer that type of feedback already, we need to listen and respond accordingly too. We would have to push it to 25% because there's already community members suffering now. So making sure that it's not just going to be skirted, that it can only be shot to 10%. I don't want it to be narrow, because it will be. We already know that there will be some property managers that will be abusing the system to some degree. It's already happening.
Sure.
That being said, the inclusion of single-family homes is a way to also protect from retaliation. So being able to make sure that those that are in single-family homes also have some form of being able to report or be able to be part of this program as well too, is kind of key, or else we're kind of leaving a whole section out and just focusing on units, which we already know that in a lot of spaces, especially in southern Commerce City, there are landlords that have kind of abused a lot of the system there too. So being mindful about those community members too that are not here, are not able, or feel that they are running a risk of losing their home just because they speak out. I think it's incredibly important that we include that aspect, or we're still leaving out a whole population that's a DIC in the DIC. I'm also interested, are landlords allowed to still apply for rental assistance programs if they've already had property that's been uninhabitable?
Are landlords able to apply for rental assistance?
Or still be in a rental assistance program still?
We don't make rental assistance available to landlords.
Or to any type of space, or like Section 8 housing or things like that? Are they still able to be in those spaces? Because I've seen in southern Commerce City, there's like a Section 8 house that it's constantly being used over and over and over. Like, people don't stay more than a month. It's like right across the street from just community members that I know.
I mean, separate from this, there are separate Section 8 inspections that are required every year. So there are minimum standards that are very similar to this that they have to meet. If there's a particular address, I'd love to know it, because they are getting inspected every year.
I'm pretty sure that house does not come up to standards, but yes, I would.
Again, and if it's one of our vouchers, we're supposed to be inspecting them every year. There could be a Section 8 property that's a voucher from another community where we're not the ones inspecting, they are, because the vouchers are portable. They don't go with, our vouchers can be used by somebody that has one anywhere they want to.
Okay. And can we build in any kind of relocation assistance for spaces that are deemed uninhabitable? Because there are added expenses. There's just another way of having to see the cumulative impacts of setting back that community member.
Okay.
Is there any way to assist in relocation in that way when the landlord doesn't or is not going to?
So just for a point of clarity, ma'am, are we looking for city participation in relocation expenses, or that being a cost borne by the landlord?
How do you protect when a landlord doesn't want to help relocate, or when a landlord doesn't feel that there are certain costs that they're going to cover for it?
So the Section C of this ordinance before you of 56006, yes. Section E under that warranty of habitability under 5-6006
does specify that the landlord shall either provide the tenant moving expenses or reimburse the tenant for reasonable moving expenses up to the value of 1 month's rent within 30 days of the tenant's relocation to a hotel room or comparable dwelling unit, and if applicable, the tenant's return to the original dwelling unit. Nothing in this section shall be deemed to obligate a landlord to provide moving services or reimburse a tenant for moving services after the term of the lease has expired or a tenant is released from their obligations under the lease and chooses voluntarily to relocate to a dwelling unit not owned by the landlord. So if there's an issue that violates that warranty of abadability, then those moving expenses, the temporary moving expenses, appear to be applicable under this stat of the ordinance.
So as I mentioned, if a landlord doesn't follow through on this, is that now put it still on the tenant to not only relocate, but if they had to pursue later reimbursement, like how do we protect tenants at this point? Because it feels like, as
So
we've heard earlier, even their windows can't be fixed. Like there's little causes here and there that it seems landlords don't seem to have any kind of.
So there's a variety of enforcement mechanisms. I think that's what you're asking about under
Yes.
the ordinance. There is the particular in 5-6009, which provides grounds for suspensions of licenses. So that would be a complaint-based kind of way of dealing with that potentially, and having the landlord's license potentially revoked or suspended. There's also 5-6010, which indicates it would be a civil infraction, and there would be penalties applicable for the failure of the landlord to follow through with the ordinance's requirements to keep up the property. So there would be a few enforcement mechanisms available under the ordinance for that situation. And then there's also the inspections that, for the initial licensing, would be an inspection is mandatory for all the units being rented out. And then following that, every 3 years, when there is a renewal, there would be an inspection, if it's multiple units, the 10% or 25% if you choose to amend the draft ordinance of those units.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting your voice, I'm sorry. Threw me off there. So as it stands, there's no inclusion of single-family homes at all?
That is correct.
So what if a landlord owns like 60 single-family homes and they're a slumlord?
I mean, as this is written, those are not included at this point. Now, that does not preclude any tenant from calling and asking for an inspection. They still have to comply with the codes, and they could, anybody, any tenant at any time can call and ask for an inspection of their property.
And would they be protected against retaliation?
I'm sorry?
Would they be protected against retaliation?
Only by by the state laws that have been adopted, but they would not be covered under this ordinance.
I'm not sure what Mr. Tolbert referencing, so just to clarify, there would be no right under this ordinance for a renter in a single-family home to have the property inspected pursuant to this ordinance. So I'm not sure if you mean with respect to building codes or.
Yeah, just like we do now. Anybody can call and get an inspection.
Okay. But if the council so chooses, we could amend this to include single-family homes this
Yes, ma'am.
evening? Okay. All right, I think that's all I, are we like, so the fee is the same across the board, so whether you own a complex, the fee is per unit in the complex?
Yes.
To clarify, there's no fees in this ordinance.
Yeah.
That would be set by resolution by council, so that would be up to you, based on staff's recommendation. So
Oh,
I believe
what we're
the,
seeing on the presentation,
That's what
they're
we,
just
yeah,
recommendations.
Sarah's right. We would have to come back with a fee resolution or ordinance. Those are just, we were trying to show you what, to make it break even, what it would cost the landlord, so we were transparent with that.
Okay. And if we change things like upping it to 25%, where we include single-family homes, would that change the, like, the cost of the program to the city?
Yes, ma'am. It would reduce the amount per unit if we added more units, because our cost for the number of units out there are pretty well fixed. So if we could lower the cost per unit, which might get passed along to the tenants
So
by
if we-
adding more units.
But I'm asking about raising it to 25%.
That will not impact.
That will not impact
No, ma'am.
it. And would adding single-family homes in there impact?
That would allow us to lower the fee per
Okay.
unit by doing that.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I do have a couple questions. I think this is a program that's absolutely needed. We've heard over and over again that Chaffa doesn't seem to be doing the inspections and follow-up that we would expect with a program like that. What I am concerned about is, double work, obviously. If Chaffa's not upholding their, kind of end of what they're expected to do, I think it's kind of our duty as a city to hold them accountable, but then I also think we should be inspecting other units and not double inspecting if Chaffa's passed it. I really liked some of the discussions that were brought during public comment. I do believe that there are probably stages and steps. I honestly think that a complaint-driven solution is probably one of the ways that we can look at this. I do think larger, apartment complexes or larger locations must follow this kind of, 25% inspection. But I've lived in these situations where air conditioners didn't work, where we had a flood in college. It seemed like I found every bad apartment there was. And I understand about being scared, not wanting to get kicked out because you have nowhere to go if you do. But I've also lived in, places that there's no reason anybody comes in and inspects the place. Nothing to hide, but now I have to change my work schedule and everything to be there, and had lots of issues with that in the past as well. And so I like a complaint-driven for some of the smaller complexes or even single-family homes. I think those are probably more successful, because one of the things I'm questioning is, as we keep adding numbers to this, because I also agree with the 25%, there's 2 inspectors. And we're adding significant numbers. There's 2 inspectors, a supervisor, and an administrative staff. I find it hard to believe that when we get to 7,000 units, we can be effective at our job with two inspectors there. Just the math doesn't work out in terms of how many units you would need to inspect, and with the level of detail that I think we are expecting these inspectors to go into. I agree that, with a good inspector, you can find lots of issues and see a pattern and take action. But can you really cover 7,000 plus units in a year with 2 people? And so, maybe the supervisor does some of that work as well. The administrative staff helps get an input into a system. But when we start talking about helping people move and do all the other things that we would want to be in a program with meeting our expectations, it seems like this would be significantly understaffed to add all the numbers that we're talking about. So really, what I would ask is that, this council makes our recommendations for the changes that we would like to see. seems maybe not unanimous, but pretty close to that, from going from 10% to 25%, and really coming back and showing us what those costs look like, or what the expected personnel impacts would be, because I just don't see it being viable to do over 7,000 inspections with 2.5 people a year.
And Councilmember Hurst, if I may also clarify with respect to the inspections, for the initial licensing application, the inspections would be necessary for all of the units owned by the
That's possible.
landlord. Right.
Yeah.
Then after that, it would be just for the renewals, there would be inspections applicable, so it'd be once every 3 years essentially. And then new construction is exempt. That I think that's certainly a great point. And the other point I wanted to make is with respect to potential amendments, what I would recommend is, given the implementation date recommended by staff on the presentation of the March 1st, 2024, that date is nowhere in the ordinance right now. It's not explicit anywhere. There's an enforcement date of March 1st, 2025. So I'd recommend an amendment that would also account for the point you're making with respect to developing staff, to allow the ordinance to go into effect on that more the March 1st, 2024 date. And then Mr. Rogers can certainly add to that with respect to staffing and the ability to staff up in those 6 months.
All right, and so the last two comments that I had was just I haven't quite understood how we intend to enforce this. I mean, it's an ordinance, but I think Councilwoman Chacon was bringing up a point of, so the landlord doesn't have the ability to do this. They walk away from the whole deal, and now we have far less housing stock in our. It could potentially, snowball into less housing stock availability in Commerce City. Obviously, I'm not saying let's ignore this and let people live in, terrible conditions. I just think about some of the consequences and what are we prepared to do when those things come to light. I'm not asking for an answer right now. I'm just saying those are things that I have concern about as this moves forward. And then the cost impact, as we go to 25%, I mean, this is going to be shared by every single unit in each complex, for sure. There's no two ways around that. So we can lower the cost, we can do all of that, but if you're inspecting 25 of 100 units, each of those costs is going to be added to the overall cost of that, and that's going to be shared across all 100 units on an annual basis, or every 3 years, or whatever the case is. And so that is legally allowed to be passed on to every end user, and it will. And I just want to make sure everybody understands that this isn't going to make living in Commerce City cheaper, for sure.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify also, I'm in agreement with the mayor and other council members with the 25% and the single-family homes. But I wanted to, my opinion, I'd like to include all rental properties at this time, since it does say it wouldn't require no additional staff. So at this time can I make a motion to amend ordinance 2541 to increase it to 25%, include single-family homes, and include all rental properties?
Mayor Pro Tem, I think it would be clear if you did the motions individually with respect to each amendment.
Oh, okay. So, okay, let's see. So the first one I'd like to.
Let's hold off on
all right,
motions until the
okay.
discussion and the question period is over, and then we'll move into motions.
All right. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions for staff regarding the ordinance? Can you go back to the slide that mentions revocation of a rental license? Can you expand upon what we are defining as revocation of a rental license, the implications of that, and what would happen?
Thank you, Mayor. The implications of revocation would be that that unit would not be available until they brought it back up to code for rent. They would not be able to rent it to anybody until they brought it up to meet code.
Would that be specific to the rental unit itself that was inspected, or would that be a license for the actual individual or the building, the property itself?
It would be for the unit itself. If they had 100 units and 99 of them were in good shape, they would still be able to rent the 99, but just not that unit.
And then the civil penalties and fines.
Right, if they refuse to do anything, we have this gives us the option to take them to court and get civil penalties, which could include revocation of their licensing. That would be a court decision.
And what would be the penalty for retaliation by a landlord against a renter?
I'm not exactly sure. Well, I'll have to get back with you on that, what the state provisions are. Because again, we would be using the state code for that.
Well, not exactly, because it is also part of the ordinance. So it would be the same enforcement mechanisms in the ordinance would be applicable to retaliation. So any violations under this ordinance could be enforced by either a complaint, which could lead to revocation of their rental license entirely, a suspension, or the civil enforcement mechanisms. There is also an opportunity to correct, but that likely wouldn't be applicable for retaliation. With respect to the state statute, there is that state statute, but I'm not familiar with it to go through the enforcement mechanisms with respect to that. But under our ordinance, it would be any violation of the ordinance could be enforced in the same mechanism as any other violation in the ordinance.
Okay, so if I'm a slumlord with a building with 15 apartments in it, somebody calls to complain about the fact that I'm not upkeeping the building, I turn around and figure out a way, finagle to get that person evicted from my building. They file a complaint saying that I have retaliated against them. What is the penalty against me for retaliating? Do I lose my ability to rent homes in Commerce City altogether? Do I lose my ability to rent the unit that the person was kicked out of? I mean, help me to understand what exactly it is that we are getting ready to pass potentially that is going to put these rules out there and what the implications are. If you take away my ability to rent altogether within the city, you've just taken 15 units out. Now these people who weren't even affected, now all of a sudden they got to go find a new home because I'm not allowed to rent that building.
Actually, the ordinance specifies that no current lease would be affected, so the renters are still able to maintain their lease, just that the landlord could not rent out additional units, nor could the landlord enter into a new lease. That's how it's written right now.
Okay. So that one unit no longer gets to be rented. Somebody moves out of unit number 2, I'm not allowed to rent unit number 2 because my license has been revoked. And as more people continue to move out of the building, I cannot backfill the people in there?
We've got some discretion.
while they're looking for that, Mayor, I have just a question that may help us. Is the desire that we're holding that individual's feet to the fire per se for that one unit, but not preventing them from still being able to provide housing to those that still may be in need, if they're going through the retaliation process based on our ordinance?
My desire is to fully understand the implications of what this ordinance is gonna do. If there are provisions within this ordinance that is going to make it so that units can no longer be rented in this city, then what is the impact that has on the already short supply of rental units that we have? And then if we turn around and expand that out to the single-family housing market, so, I mean, everything has consequences. We all know about roads being paved, roads with good intentions being paved, everything has consequences. What I'm trying to figure out is, what are the greater implications if we had to take action against a landlord? What does that do? If we have to deem a unit no longer able to be rented, and that spreads, what does that do? You know, we can talk about how it's gonna protect property values, but if you have a building with 10 units in it, 5 of them can't be rented, and there's zero desire whatsoever by the landlord to invest back into his building, what is that gonna do to the overall property values and the overall impact? And what is that gonna do to the other 5 units that are being rented in their lease rates? I'm trying to understand holistically what it is that this ordinance is going to do and the impacts that it will have on the availability of housing within our city.
I did get clarification, Mayor, from John Patrick in my office about, with respect to the state statute, that the violations of that statute can result in 3 times rent or 3 times the actual damages. And that's the retaliation provision.
So if you retaliate against somebody, you're responsible for paying them 3 times what the rent would have been or 3 times the damages. But there's nothing out there that says that you're no longer allowed to rent within the city.
And then 2 other things. So I found this provision that I was looking for a while. 5-6008 B5. It says that the expiration of a license in all license applications shall be submitted, blah, blah, blah. The expiration of a license unless the landlord has a pending license renewal application timely filed with the city, or the denial of a renewal application shall have no effect on any lease or other arrangement of possession between the landlord and a tenant. However, the landlord shall be prohibited from entering into or renewing any lease or other arrangement of possession. That's what I was referencing earlier, that if the license is revoked, it doesn't affect the pending leases, so people wouldn't be kicked out of the units just because they're owned by the same landlord. And then I do believe, actually, I know that Mr. Tolbert was referring to the revocation being only by unit, but I believe it is at least by property, so it would be all the units in a rental property that are under license. So it wouldn't just affect the 1 unit if that were, if a license were in fact revoked, which would require all of the due process in Chapter 9 of the code. So there would be a complaint filed and then a hearing held as to whether there were particular violations, what they were, and then the proper, a hearing officer would determine what the proper punishment essentially would be, whether the license would essentially be revoked or whether it be a suspension of some sort or a fine.
All right, thank you for all that. Does anybody else have any questions? Councilmember Noble.
So if that was the case, theoretically, anyone who has units that are that bad and won't do anything about it probably would fall into the category of, as Councilmember Douglas was commenting, slumlord, and probably shouldn't even have open buildings anyway. We shouldn't have our residents living in them. So I don't have a problem with this because it will be adjudicated in some sort of hearing process, and I'm fine with it.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, Ms. Geiger, do you want us to do amendments before or after the initial motion to adopt?
I'd rather have the amendments before.
All
That
right.
just makes it clear, and then do them one by one. And then we can determine, we can just do it before second reading. It doesn't sound like these amendments will substantially change the purpose of the ordinance, but there's also the option of just bringing it back on first reading. So depending on how it goes.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, you have some amendments you'd like to?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And Ms. City Attorney, might need your assistance with this, but the first one I wanted to amend the ordinance 2541 to include the from 10% to the 25%.
That would be section 5-6006 under inspections, an amendment to A1, which indicates right now the rental properties with multiple rental units on the premises shall have a minimum of 10% of the rental units inspected at random. You would want to amend that to say 25%.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion amending that section to raise it from 10% inspection rate to 25% inspection rate. Councilmember Noble?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to change it from 10% to 25%. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion will carry unanimously, 8-0, and the ordinance will be amended. Next.
Okay. And like I said, Ms. City Attorney, I'm going to need your assistance again, but the second amendment is to include single-family homes.
Okay. That would be, as far as I'm aware, although it may require some additional amendments, but understanding your intent. But section 5-6001 under definitions, right now, rental property, F, is defined to include any building or buildings or portion thereof with 3 or more units on one property under common ownership, etc. You are moving to amend section 5-6001 F to eliminate the phrase with 3 or more units.
Yes, thank you.
And then I would add just to your motion, essentially the intent is to include single family in the event before second reading we find.
And two-family. Single and two-family, if we're going to do that. My
Well, it would
suggestion
be
is
all
we do single
units.
and two, because if we just say single family,
No, we're not going to say single family. We're
Okay.
just eliminating 3 or more units.
then
That
that's fine,
qualifies it.
so it's anything.
Either way, we understand the intent is to include all rental properties, essentially.
Okay, so motion is stated.
Motion to change language, making any, removing the requirement for 3 or more units to include single-family homes, double-family homes, and the like. Councilmember Chacon?
Second.
I have a motion and a second on that. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, although I do support this in general, I'm going to be a no on this because I do think we should start with the current problems that we know about and allow single-family homes to turn in, for that part of the program to be complaint-driven, at least for the first year. I do not believe we will be able to inspect every unit in this city within 1 year with what is presented to us tonight.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I'll just echo that. I think I'm supportive in general of it, but I think we should start with the pilot program because it's going to expand the pool significantly. And, you also have to consider mobile homes are now going to be included in this, and there's a significant number of those as well. And so I think it just creates a lot of implications that I think we got to work out the kinks in the program first and then add that after the fact.
Councilmember Kim?
I think the only thing I would like to add is the fact that I'd probably want to see this to come back on first reading again, because obviously there's a lot of impacts here. When we talk about bringing other entities in, by all means, I'm all for this altogether, one way or the other, but that's just my suggestion at this point.
All right, motion second, changing the definition of the program to include single-family and dual-family homes. Basically anything for rent in Commerce City. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion is going to carry 5-3. Next.
Okay, and then I need your assistance again, City Attorney, is to include, I want to change it to, amend it to include all rental properties in the program.
I think that's what you all just did.
Oh, wait, okay, which was the third thing I lost? I forget, was it 25% single-family homes, and I lost my thought on the third. I think that's it then, yeah, that's it then, thank you.
Any other amendments at this time? Councilmember Noble?
I would like clarification. Councilmember Madera said, Councilmember Madera said that this does not include mobile homes. Does that say that? I thought all rental properties were included.
Yeah, the definition. I just turned myself on mute. The definition of unit in H says all or portion of a rental property that's separately available to be leased for residential purposes and contains living facilities, including areas for sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation as required by the building code. So to the extent that a mobile home would qualify as a unit, and a rental property, meaning building or buildings or a portion thereof, which I believe it does, unless there's something in the LDC that Mr. Tobler could correct me if I'm wrong, would include mobile homes as well.
Yeah, I'm not aware of anything that would exempt mobile homes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kim?
I don't know if this is the appropriate time or not, but I would request to make a motion to actually bring this back again on first reading. Because obviously there's a lot more impacts to this, that we're adding more information into it. And obviously we're talking about more personnel, we got more time, obviously. I get all properties that are rented out, got it. Like I said, from the very beginning, I'm for this altogether, but also would like to see what are those impacts, what are the additional costs it's going to be for the city, and determine if that timeline is still going to be good.
Point of clarification, sir. Are you just looking for the ordinance to be updated to reflect all of these changes? Are you looking for additional information in support of these various changes? Are you looking for some level of community engagement? I'm just trying to make sure that we're hitting the mark so that we can then let you know when that might be an appropriate time to come back with it back on first reading. Excuse me.
So not only just changes that we are discussing tonight that passed, but also any additional information that may impact this, that whatever impacts that there may be. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Does anybody else on council have any amendments?
Mayor, if I may ask, I would also just suggest I can make this amendment before second reading, but with respect to that March 1st, 2024 date, that is not, again, explicit in the ordinance. So if it's council's desire, and I understand Mr. Rogers' desire to not accept applications before March 1st, 2024 because the inspectors are not in place, I'd suggest that there be an amendment to make that explicit.
Councilmember Chacon, you have an amendment?
Yes, about the month's rent, just being to 2 months' rent for the landlord to, just so they can cover a little bit more expenses. So maybe either 1 month's rent or 1 month and deposit, or 2 months' rent for the 30 days of relocation. Is that a possibility for an amendment?
Was that your motion?
Apologies, I'm not sure I understand Councilmember Chacon.
Can I make an amendment for said the landlord either provide the tenant moving services or reimbursements, or reimburse the tenant for reasonable moving expenses up to a value of 1 month's rent? So instead of up to a value of 1 month's rent, up to a value of 2 months' rent or a month and a deposit to help them to relocate.
So I heard the 1 month's rent, but then I didn't hear what you said after that.
Where it said it's reasonable, the landlord is gonna be providing reasonable moving expenses up to a value of 1 month's rent within the 30 days of relocation. Would the landlord be able, can we make an amendment that the landlord be able to put 2 months' rent or a month's of rent and a deposit down to help with relocation?
So this is referencing just a temporary relocation.
Oh, okay, so it's not for if they need to permanently move.
Yeah, this isn't a permanent, this is during the time period in which the dwelling unit doesn't comply with the compatibility standards.
Then I do not have an amendment then.
So are we not doing an amendment? No? Okay. Any other amendments at this time? Councilmember Hurst, do you have an amendment?
Well, it's an amendment based off of the answer of one more question, so should I ask it now or later?
Let's have you ask it in a minute. Are there any other amendments that any council member wishes to make to ordinance 2541? Great, I have one. I'd like to make a motion that ordinance 2541 be amended to state that the inspection rate for any property that is currently partnered with the Commerce City Housing Authority be at 100%, not just 25%. Councilmember Kim.
I would second that.
I have a motion, a second, amending ordinance 2541 to set the inspection rate for units at 100% on any property that is partnered with the Commerce City Housing Authority. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
Yep, fully in support of that. How does that fee work out since Chaff is since the rent?
So as I understand it, you're talking about given that in that CHAFA limits the monthly rental rate that could be provided within those units. So what would be the fee associated for that inspection and whether or not that covers the basis for our work for that 100% of the units?
Yeah, essentially, you have 100 units, we're charging $85 per unit. That's $8,500 to the company that won't get to recover that through rent or an increase in rent because CHAFA is setting that number. It's going to fall back. And they're going to write a letter to CHAFA, and CHAFA is going to understand it, and then they're going to raise the rent.
Very interesting question. I can't say that we've explored what the implications would be with that scenario. I mean, there's a multitude of scenarios that could that could come. That's one that I can say that we have not had to address or
And
look
just
at.
to be clear, I fully support that because I think that's where the issues have been very apparent. I just, honestly, now I'm thinking about like how is this translating to the end user, to the person living in the home, and the costs associated with their rent. It is not illegal to pass on those costs to a renter.
This is just me talking off the cuff, so take it with a grain of salt. Could they look at establishing a separate fee in which that individual would have to pay that doesn't interfere with their monthly rental rate? Quite possibly, right? Paying for services on, like laundry services on site. They may charge for that. I've lived in housing that's done that based on affordable housing. So it's not uncommon that you can see some other fees be associated in addition to that rental fee. But it's hard to say without actually seeing it being applied in action. The one thing I would say that we always have the ability to address is that by ordinance, it may make sense to come back within 6 months to see the good, the bad, the indifferent, and if there's any tweaks that need to be made. Once again, not kind of rewinding, but as we go out there and as we see things, once we've actually got this up and running, we may want to continue to make some modifications to that and keep an eye on those type of things. Like I said, we won't know until we're actually in the field and actually trying to implement.
Councilmember Madera.
So I got a couple questions. How does this affect the timeline? Because we essentially just quadrupled the number of inspections through amendment. So is the timeline still realistic? I mean, we just heard a comment previously about, being 3,000 units or 7,000 units and only having 2 inspectors.
Thank you. We'll have 2.5. But we also are cross-trained some of our other code enforcement if we need to step up and help at times. So we've got 3 that have already gone through the first round of training to try to get this certification. But, we did some, in a lot of the newer complexes, an inspector can cover a lot in one building with a checklist of 49 things. There are going to be some that we know that we've had issues with that it's going to be 8 or 10 is about all they can do a day in those. But there are going to be others that they can do 20, 25 in a day just because of the nature of the unit. It's got to be inspected, but it's newer, it's better maintained, and it's easier to get through those. So we feel confident that with the inspectors we have, we can do the numbers that we've outlined here. We did a lot of analysis of it, looking at best practices, looking at what other communities are doing, and we feel pretty confident that we can get through the numbers.
And then is there anything in the ordinance for residents that don't allow you in their home to inspect?
I'm sorry?
So, we're going into people's homes, right? Is there anything in the ordinance for people who don't want you in their home?
The landlords are going to be responsible for getting us access to properties they own. And we'll go through the landlords, but they have to make their property available.
Okay, so the residents don't have a choice. Their property's going to get inspected regardless.
Yeah, I can't imagine why they wouldn't want us there unless they're doing something illegal they don't want us to see, but that's not going to be why we're there. But
people have different reasons, but
yeah, I think
it happens.
Yeah, there'll be some people that don't want you there, but if we're going to make it work, we've got to get access.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I'd like to propose an amendment that does multifamily rental properties in the first year and holds off on single-family homes until the second year.
I think, Councilmember Hurst, there is a motion on the table to amend with respect to the housing authority properties. Was that not?
That hasn't been voted on yet.
Sorry, that
Oh,
I
okay.
apologize. We were just talking about that. I'll save mine.
Any other discussion on the proposed amendment? So I just want to remind everybody why we're here. We're here because we had a bunch of residents that actually live in properties that are in partnership with the Commerce City Housing Authority that came in one night and spoke about the deplorable living conditions that they are subjected to day in and day out because the partners and the owners of those facilities were not keeping up and were not doing what they were supposed to do. So I think it's imperative that as long as we are going to have properties that are partnered with the city, partnered with the housing authority, and have our name attached to it, that we are doing everything in our power to make sure that those living conditions are as good as possible. And that's the reason why I propose this. I think that going in and seeing 100% of the units is the only way to make sure that we are actually taking care of those residents who are relying on us and our programs that we have put out there. I have never once shown up to an apartment building and had somebody say, no, please don't come in and inspect my apartment. People want you in that, they want you in there to inspect because they want those issues brought up and they want those issues reported so that they can get fixed. So I have no concerns of the fact that someone's going to say, no, please don't come in here, especially, once again, if you are partnering. And let's all go back to that evening where we sat here for a couple hours listening to resident after resident tell us about how they're being taken advantage of, about how the landlords and the building owners were not doing what they were supposed to do, and were setting them up for failure in doing so because they felt they could take advantage of people because they were already disadvantaged in our community. Motion and second to amend it to make all Commerce City Housing Authority properties be inspected at a rate of 100%. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously 8-0. Councilmember Hurst, do you have another motion you'd like to make?
Yeah, as stated before, this motion is just founded on, it's quite the heavy lift that we're talking about here. And I quite honestly, not convinced that we can accomplish this even with additional bodies in the first year. So I would really think it's pertinent to start this program with multifamily units, multifamily properties, I apologize, in year one, and follow that up in year two with single-family homes or single-family rental units, whether that's apartment complexes, mobile homes, anything like that. I think that those qualifications can be made. If it's a mobile home park and it's one owner that owns 15 properties, then I think they qualify as a multifamily property and should be involved in year one. But I think the single-family homes with this amendment, would still be available to request, or it being in a complaint-driven manner, but not required to start in year one.
I have a motion to phase in implementation starting year one with all multifamily properties and then year two being all single-family properties. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second amending it to have it phase in like that. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is going to fail, 3-5. Are there any other amendments? All right, Councilmember Kim, I believe you wanted to make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. So knowing that this is a heavy lift all in all, and there was over like 400 different amendments that were taken tonight regarding this, and we know how much of a contentious topic this is, I would like to make a motion to continue this on, to essentially give staff enough time to be able to make these changes and also identify any other additional impacts and bring this back looking on or around September 11th at that meeting. So my motion is to request that we continue this with the updates, updates from the amendments.
Have a motion to continue ordinance 2541 to the September 11th meeting to allow staff enough time to implement all the amendments that were passed this evening. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to continue this to the September 11th meeting. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I think this is really important. We're not up against the gun here in terms of timeline with looking at March 1st implementation of next year. I don't think I'm I'm not educated enough about what we're about to vote on to even make a vote. I will be voting no if we just go to vote right now with all these amendments. Not because I don't support this. I think it's critical for several properties in our city to have a program just like this. But I don't think we're prepared, and I'm not sure we're getting the information with any accuracy because we've been changing this on the fly. And we haven't had a study session on this in months. And so I really feel like this is a great first step, a great idea, but I think the details and the consequences are not fully understood, and that worries me in the long run.
Is there any other discussion? Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Looking at the schedule, just want to make sure that we're all aware. September 11th is already a rather robust agenda where we have public hearings, we have a litany of different ordinances, as well as a continuation of the kickoff of our budget retreat. We're sitting at 11:15 with a start time of 6 p.m. I suspect that there would be more robust discussion on this matter as we continue to kind of work through the amendments and the information that was requested to be able to discuss potential implications or impacts as it relates to tenants and or others within our community. We have availability on both September 18th and October 2nd. For us to be able to come back to you, and I think that would be able to give us more than enough adequate time to run through our paces with being able to try to answer those various questions that you have posed tonight, and or potential ones that may come up through our further assessment.
Councilmember Kim?
So I just want to make sure that I know what we're voting on here, but the problem is I know we've had a lot of amendments that came through tonight as far as with all these changes, and I'm cool with it, but what I don't know is strictly from an attorney standpoint or maybe from a city staff standpoint, are there going to be any other implications that we're not thinking about that we're going to on the fly amend this? Now I get the fact that, yeah, the housing authority, there's issues, we got that, right? But I also want to make sure that if we're going to put something out there as an ordinance, that it is no kidding, like one of the, it's perfect, almost damn near perfect. I think that's where my concern comes through to say, if we're going to vote on this tonight and for us to have this approved, I'm going to have concerns myself and just wondering, what do we just approve? And the fact that, are there anything else that we're not thinking about that we need time to think on? If the city manager and city attorneys tell me, nope, we're all good, honky-dory, 100%, then sure, then I'm willing to approve this tonight.
So, good question there. We actually, Jim and I were just discussing how do we handle development such as a villa at Buffalo Run, development that's going to be occurring at Everly Place, those that are single-family detached, but they sit on one lot. And how do you qualify that? Because we don't qualify that under our land development code, right? It requires some form of interpretation based on the PUD and the provisions that are allowed there. So you have to then, based on the amendment that was made by Councilmember Hurst, which talks about multifamily in the first year versus single-family detached in year 2, where does that categorization fall? So there's some of those things that just happen as you make amendments, as we were just talking about on the fly, that we're going to have to address or determine on how to address. It's just the nature of the beast with thinking about these various changes and how they interlock and weave together, and how we need to then be able to inform you all on potential consequences or things that may slip through the cracks.
So then with that said, I'd like to amend in my motion to request that we push into September 18th to allow the staff enough time to make sure we are doing our due diligence to ensure that we are making sure that this ordinance that we're going to pass is truly going to be a no kidding, rock solid ordinance. Otherwise, I feel like we're just passing something just to pass.
Councilmember Douglas? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Dara?
Yeah, I'm agreeable to the amendment to the amendment, or I guess to the continuance. But yeah, I'll just reiterate, I agree. I think we need to have the ordinance written out with the amendments and have the implications of those amendments thought out, give us some updated numbers on, what that actually means in terms of how many units are going to be inspected, and, make sure that our timelines are still accurate, and that there isn't something that, we're missing at midnight. We're adding 400 amendments.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, the example that you just gave about two different projects, aren't those both new builds? And it's my understanding this is not applicable to new builds.
Yes.
That was it. That's all. I just wanted to clarify that. And the other is that I believe there's only 3 amendments. One is that it's all rental properties, correct? One is that it also includes housing authority properties. And the third is, pardon me? Oh, the 25%. That's it. That's all we're talking about.
That is correct. Jim corrected me.
Correct. Okay, so that's all we're talking about, those 3.
So from a legal perspective, the only one that I would prefer to look further into is the Housing Authority, because it implicates CHAFA, HUD, and other regulatory agencies. And so determining that there is no preemption or other legal issue associated with having a different inspection percentage for those affiliated properties would be something I'd want to at least explore.
It was my recollection that the village apartments, is that what they're called? Yeah, are housing authority, and that we did inspect them.
So the only property in which the housing authority has fee ownership responsibilities or duties would be Pinecrest Apartments. They have taken over that deed. The partnership that we have historically had with the housing or the housing authority has had is a 1% special limited partnership, which means they are granting their rights for tax exemption of the ad valorem property tax, but they have no other rights with respect to inspections, into dictation of management company and or activities of such. So it's purely a financial and real estate transaction to support the developer in being able to receive that tax exemption.
Right, that's what I understand. I'm simply saying that we have inspected those units after the residents have been to us to complain. So we have already inspected housing authority properties. I mean, not housing authority properties, CHAFA properties that the Housing Authority had 1% interest in. So that has already been demonstrated by the city over the course of at least the last year, if not more.
And actually, the way the ordinance is right now, 100% of the properties would need to be inspected in order to initially get the license. So essentially, we're talking about the 3-year renewal period, what would be inspected at that point.
So are you suggesting there's an issue then, Ms. Geiger?
Oh, no, I was just clarifying. I'm not entirely familiar with whether there might be regulations that I'm not aware of sitting here today that would implicate the city's ability to have just a different standard, even at the renewal, the license renewal period every 3 years. But the way it stands right now, 100% of the rental properties would need to be inspected, whether they be part of the Housing Authority partnership or not. So essentially, not only are we talking about a year out, but really we're talking about essentially 4 years out.
Okay. So the only other amendment that needs to be made is to make the effective date March 1st, 2024. So my amendment is to make the effective date March 1st, 2024.
Unfortunately, we have a motion on the table
Oh,
right
I'm
now
sorry, sir.
to continue this item to the September
You're
18th
right.
meeting. So we
You're
will
right.
not be taking motions at this time. Is there any other discussion on the continuance motion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is going to pass, oh no, excuse me, fail, 4-4. My public math okay? Yeah, all right. Okay, Councilmember Noble, you wanted to make another motion?
Yes, the amendment is to make the effective date of the ordinance March 1st, 2024. Oops, sorry. I didn't have my mic on. To make the effective date, my amendment is to make the effective date of the ordinance March 1st, 2024.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion second to amend ordinance 2541 to make the effective date March 1st, 2024. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously 8-0. All right, at this time, I'm now looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2541 as amended by council as seated and approve on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Chacon?
Second.
I have a motion second to introduce ordinance 2541 as amended by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I'm disappointed that we're rushing this through. There's no benefit to passing this tonight. It doesn't start the program earlier. It doesn't get anybody trained earlier. It doesn't do anything except leave more question marks about what this program actually will cost and what steps we need to take to get there. It's a bad position because I support the program, but I don't think we fully understand what we're about to vote on.
Councilmember Dare?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I was fully supportive, and then, we made all these amendments that impact the program, and we're not even giving staff the time to do their due diligence on what those impacts mean for the city. And, we just saw earlier the presentation on our general fund and how, it's less than half of what it was at the end of last year. So, I just feel like we're not being prudent decision makers, and so I'm not gonna be able to support it tonight as amended.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. So I will say this, as someone who grew up in the quote-unquote projects in Florida, you know, I really appreciate this ordinance all in all. My mother, who worked 4 jobs, and, you know, my sister and I would go after school to go help her out, clean banks, clean places, stay out till about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. And obviously with respect to the apartment complex we lived in, it was truly underprivileged, or whatever you, sorry, it was definitely not the greatest. And to get anybody to come out there and actually, you know, fix the issues we had, there are nights we had to sleep in the cold, and other days where it was hot, sweltering Florida heat, where we had no AC, and the landlord definitely did not do nothing about it. And so that's why I think that for myself as a property owner, as a landlord, slumlord, whatever you want to call it, you know, I make sure that, you know, my tenants who stay in my property are taken care of. Had to replace the AC unit, took care of that right away. While I was taking care of that, I purchased 2 more AC units, one of those 2 mobile AC units for them to be comfortable. Had stuff go out, and we had problems, and so we just, you know, I took care of it on the fly, because that's what essentially landlords should do as human beings. I bring all that up because I question, I have a question directly for Mr. Rogers and also Ms. Geiger. And that question is, can we, with all these amendments that we've made, can we 100% say that we've got it rock solid at this point with all the amendments that we've identified, that we're gonna be okay? The city will be okay, there's not gonna be any ramifications, no repercussions? By no means.
I can't commit to that. We know what we know, and until something comes up, we will have to address it. But understanding the direction of where council is at with these amendments, we understand what is being asked of us. Like I said, we just don't know all the scenarios that may be at play. We just don't have those answers. We haven't been able to go do that due diligence.
I would say it's obviously a subjective matter. With respect to council's direction, I understand council's direction and the amendments, and so we can certainly draft the ordinance for second reading with these amendments. I think I've already expressed, you know, one area that I might prefer to look further into, but, you know, it's certainly up to council if that's the direction. You know, I'm prepared to have staff draft that and include those amendments, so it's up to you all.
Thank you both very much. I do want to pass this, I really do. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart, I really do. But there are so many unknowns at this point that I'm afraid to even say, let's press forward with this. I want to help the community. I want to be able to do this, but unfortunately, for those reasons, I cannot support this tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
I'd like to call the question.
Motion second to introduce ordinance 2541 as amended by council, see and approve on first reading. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2541, an ordinance establishing a long-term rental registration and inspection licensure program in the city of Commerce City. Your vote is open.
Motion's going to pass. 4 votes yes, 3 votes no, 1 abstention.
We don't have enough information.
Is it an abstention from someone who's here?
Yes.
Yeah, for me, I don't have enough information to make a vote.
I believe that's a yes, and abstentions generally considered a yes. You can check.
Regardless, it passed 4-3, one abstention, one excused absence. All right, next up is ordinances on second reading. Ordinance 2516, amending the Land Development Code regarding early grading permits. This ordinance was approved unanimously. However, an amendment to Exhibit B is being requested by staff. Does anybody on council have any questions? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion second to amend Ordinance 2516 as requested by staff in the packet. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion second to amend Ordinance 2516 as requested by staff in the packet. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now I need a motion second to approve Ordinance 2516 on second and final reading as amended. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. I have a motion second to approve Ordinance 2516 on second and final reading as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. My question is, was this influenced in any fashion by the grading and drainage issues at Buffalo Highlands?
Thank you for the question. Let's see here. This was actually brought upon, you mean the ordinance in itself?
The amendment that included not moving forward?
No,
and
it
all
was
that
just,
kind of-
the original had the erosion control language in it, but we wanted to make sure that that's a part of the stormwater management plan, so we want to be more specific.
Okay, and does the ordinance itself have anything to do with what occurred in Buffalo Highlands?
No, ma'am, this is just brought upon by request from the development community to be able to start dirt work sooner before everything is completely approved, to allow them to begin work sooner.
Shouldn't we be taking our time when it comes to grading permits? That's what the problem was that occurred there.
Yes, ma'am, but this is before the, before all their construction plans are completely approved, but at least they're far enough along that we are comfortable to allow them to start grading.
That causes me anxiety, given all the problems that occurred in Buffalo Highlands in the Parrot homes with grading and drainage and erosion. I don't see why we would rush it.
We've learned from Buffalo Highlands that was a development that has occurred. We haven't seen that problem in other areas to that extent. So we're comfortable with this, to use it as a tool to allow the development community to start work sooner under our current standards, so that we can ensure that that doesn't happen again.
Okay, I'm not sure I see that. Thank you.
Is there any other questions or discussion? All right, have a motion second to approve ordinance 2516 on second and final reading as amended. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2516, an ordinance adding section 213219 and amending section 213200 of the City of Commerce City Land Development Code, allowing for the review and approval of early grading permits. Your vote is open.
Motion carries 6-2. All right, we're going to move on to administrative council business. We have one from Councilmember Madera for a Ralston House sponsorship request. Sir, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so just requesting the friend sponsorship of $1,500 for the Ralston House cider sliders, and I guess they had a tacos and beer this year. But it's a great program that works directly with our PD, and they provide amazing services to children who have either witnessed or experienced any kind of physical or sexual abuse. And yeah, they provide a tremendous service to our community.
Councilmember Hurst?
I'll second.
I have a motion second to provide sponsorship to the Ralston House event. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Any other council members have administrative business items of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I wanted to ask about Buffalo Highlands again and about lessons learned from Buffalo Highlands. Mr. Rogers, when is the soonest we could do a study session on this, and so that we could learn more about what the city can do to avoid the issues that occurred there?
Yes, ma'am. The earliest date that we have would either be September 25th, ma'am.
Okay, I'll put in a form for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And my next item is, last week, there was a question over whether I had a form in by the Tuesday deadline, and I did have it in by the Tuesday deadline, even though it was stated otherwise. I want to make this important note, though. I am the only remaining person from the original Policy and Governance Committee, and the Tuesday deadline was strictly a courtesy deadline for council members so that we weren't necessarily bringing up motions on the evening of the meeting. So it wasn't a requirement, it was a courtesy. And I just want everyone to be cognizant of that, including staff. And the final item is Kids First spoke last week regarding the use of Adams Tower and the 5th and 6th floors. And I wondered if that is going to be coming back to us, because there was some discussion about the fact that someone might go forward and buy the 6th floor without us discussing this further.
Yes, ma'am. There's always the intent to come back once we have more definitive information. There were questions that were asked of us that I do believe we need to address before the full council, in addition to what that cost would be to purchase the 6th floor, so that we have clear direction on next steps.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. We've got a lot of railroad crossing issues. I feel like I drive about 40 miles per hour or whatever the case may be, and I feel like I fly over that sucker on my truck. My motion would be to request staff to contact BNSF and Union Pacific, requesting them to come to one of our study sessions on or before October 30th to kind of go over the plan as to, schedule essentially as far as what the railroad crossings are concerned. Got a lot of constituents that talked about the many issues as far as going over those rumble strips, that parallels Highway 2 and also 85. That's my motion.
I have a motion to direct staff to invite the railroads to come to a study session to talk about the deplorable condition of their railroad crossings. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera.
I'll second that, and I'd like to have them playing tunes on their train horns. It sounds like they're playing sometimes, just like.
I have a motion second to direct staff to invite the railroads to come to a study session to talk about their unprofessional behavior and their deplorable railroad crossings. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Are there any other administrative business items we need to discuss this evening? All right. We have 16 minutes. Let's try not to have another extension this evening. Excuse me, this morning. Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, sir. First, want to put this in front of you all. Cultivando has reached out to our ED division, inquiring if the city would be interested in being a sponsor for a documentary that they are planning to put on. It's called Las Promotoras Documentary Premiere and Celebration. There are 3 levels of sponsorship: above 3,000, 1,000 to 3,000, 500 to 1,000. In that gives different complimentary tickets to the event, special mention by the name, and then obviously different visibility with their display in social media. We received this late last week, thought it was important to bring to the council to get direction, so we can circle back on that. We're going to be awarding a contract for Merge for our wayfinding and gateway signage project. There will be an informational item for council on September 18th for that. With Public Works, our planned repairs for the 2023 concrete flatwork project have been completed. We are reconciling the project budget, determining if there will be any remaining funds to improve other areas this year. We are also in the process of submitting a 2023 multimodal project discretionary grant for the 88th widening project. NPD, like to welcome Joanna Small. She is our new police PIO, which started today. Congratulations to her. We also had CCPD in-house academy for 2 new lateral post certified hires. One of the hires will be joining our detective ranks, having the most recently served with Brighton PD for a number of years. And the other is a former CCPD officer, John Bruschetta, who had taken the position, a similar position with Douglas County Sheriff's Office, only to make his way back to here. So welcome back, John. And CCPD is developing a communications plan to be implemented immediately to share our move to a verified alarm response policy, which is slated to begin November 1st. You all may have also seen around town the partnership between the Commerce City Cultural Council and South Adams Water and Sand, commissioning 11 artists to create and paint original designs on an assigned fire hydrant in Commerce City. Artists were selected through a call to artists by the Cultural Council that welcome local artists of all levels to submit their designs. The Cultural Council selected 12 designs to be painted on hydrants throughout the city, which we hope to be done by the end of this year. And with that, I circle back to one last item before Cultivando. As you all are aware, we're going to be having our safety summits both on the 23rd and the 24th of next week. If there is council interested in providing any brief information or introduction or words, please let me know. We'll make sure that you all are included in that presentation. And I would say the earlier you all can let me know, if not by no later than Friday, so that we can include that, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Rogers concerning his report? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Would you repeat that last request you had regarding Cultivando? I didn't quite catch it.
Yes, ma'am. So Cultivando is looking to put on a documentary for their Las Promotoras. They have 3 different levels of sponsorship. Above 3,000, 1,000 to 3,000, 500 to 1,000. With each different level of sponsorship, there are tickets that are available, complimentary tickets, special mention during the event, display on social media, and visibility of name and logo. Given our partnership with Cultivando and the request being made, and one not necessarily budgeted in the day's account, thought it was appropriate to bring forward to council to determine next steps on how to provide sponsorship, if any at all, but wanted to present that to you.
What is it that you wanted by Friday?
That was actually for the safety summit. We are having our safety summit both in the core city and in the Northern Range. We have a certain participation, given that this is a joint effort by the county and the city. I've received word, and Kathy was whispering in my ear, that we have a request, or if there's a desire by a council member who would like to speak on behalf of the body, to let me know on who that would be, either tonight or no later than next Monday.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Do you just need direction on cultivando, or, because we already had administrative council business, so in theory, we can't vote?
Yes, ma'am. I just need direction on Cultivano, and then we can bring it back for Monday just to be ratified. We can start working with them. 500, 1,000, 1,000, 3,000, 3,000 or more.
3,100.
So
And regarding the safety summit, whoever is available, but I would recommend Councilmember Kim in particular, because he really stood up on this issue and deserves to be the speaker.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Rogers? All right, Ms. Geiger?
I just wanted to thank John Patrick Sansom of my office, who drafted the rental registration ordinance that was before you heavily debated, and thank him in advance for all the work he will do in the coming weeks to implement your amendments. And secondly, we did have our new attorney, Genevieve Gill, begin today. She goes by Jean, and she's currently officing in my old office. And welcome to her. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for Ms. Geiger? All right, we'll move on to council members wishing to make a report. Although Council Policy 16 does allow you for 5 minutes, I'll ask you to please keep your comments brief so that we can get through everybody with the remaining 9 minutes we have left on this meeting. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just real quickly, I wanted to thank Deputy Chief Sadar and all the Commerce City Police Department and all the residents that came out to the national night out that was rescheduled last Wednesday. It was a great event, and just want to thank, like I said, all the Commerce City Police Department staff. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
I just want to recognize also the Commerce City Police Department. I had the privilege of going on a ride-along on Saturday night. Exceptional teamwork, exceptional professionalism that I witnessed throughout the night. Was there with 12 hours with them. Specifically, would love to say thank you to Officer Trujillo for a great ride-along. Officer Brown, Hernandez, and Torres worked closely with them all night, and they are a fantastic team, and really feel privileged that they're out there keeping our city safe. But not to discount, also saw Officer Keibel, Sergeant, I think he's going to be a Sergeant Irwin, Ron, Krupa, Buckner, and Senabria. At one point, I think all of us were in one spot because of the incident, and the professionalism and teamwork, again, was really impressive with the amount of ground that they cover for the team that they have. It was an eventful Saturday night, and they did a fantastic job.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. I attended the Animal Urgent Care ribbon cutting. It's a wonderful new facility in Ward 4 on 120th. It's already very busy. And Mayor Pro Tem was our speaker that day, so thank her very much as well. I attended the Adams County Health Luncheon for elected officials. That was extremely informative. It's going to be a great partnership. They're already off to a very professional start. The Senior Commission met on Thursday afternoon, so I participated in that, and that does cover it. Thank you.
Any other council members wishing to make a report? Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the mayor and city manager for coming out. Ms. Valdez comes and speaks at our meetings regularly, and I had the pleasure of seeing those two out there walking the streets and, getting firsthand experience of what residents go through.
Any other council members wishing to make a report? Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. So just try to make this quick and short. So first and foremost, the triathlon is live. It is out there. We did have some hiccups as far as registration is concerned, but a huge shout out to several people who's actually been a part of this since the very beginning. Tim, Zach, Kylie, Marty, trying to think who else, Marina, Jenna, basically the biggest team as far as the biggest support I've got there and all together. And I believe Deputy Chief Sater said he was going to do the triathlon himself. So I expect Chief Guardiola to make sure that you stay on top of him for doing so. Secondly, a huge shout out to code enforcement, to that whole department there, because of the fact that, as many C-Click Fix, Access Commerce City inputs I put in there, they've been responsive back to me, so I really appreciate that. And lastly, on last Wednesday, had a chance to attend the District Accountability Committee over at the Adams 14 ESS building. They were just starting out as far as getting their, basically getting all their subcommittees all set up to kind of tackle some of the biggest topics that's out there. Their next meeting is scheduled for September 13th. And finally, not that they don't get enough kudos as it is, finance, because without money, without finance, ain't nothing gonna get done. So thank you very much, and that's all I've got.
Thank you. I need a motion to adjourn. Councilmember Hurst?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim? Second. Have a motion second to adjourn. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-1. We are adjourned.